Audio check. Audio check 2. Welcome in, everybody. It's Friday. I'm feeling good. Good start to the day. Hope you're feeling good also. Even if it's not Friday in the same way for you as it might be for others. The little guy is having a great day today as well, which is really fantastic. Hopefully that continues. He's been having a lot less bad days in the last week or so. It seems like we've, at least, if we haven't made it through the fussy phase, we have allayed it for a little bit longer. I thought it was going to last until he learned how to start saying words. But he hasn't really started saying words yet, but he's not being nearly as fussy as he was like 2 weeks ago. So that's pretty great. He's having a good time. Lots of teeth happening though. He's got his first molar coming in, which is supposed to be a source of great trauma and pain. But he's been doing pretty good. Sometimes they hurt at night and he gets a little Tylenol, and that's about it. Let's get switched over. I got some stuff I want to yap about, and I'm excited to play the game today. So, let's go over here. Welcome in. How are you? Lovely to see you. I thought I was gonna be like super roasted and tired today. I didn't tell you all this yesterday, because I'm being a responsible internet person. But I went to a show last night, and I knew I was gonna be out pretty late. I went to a show after stream, after the little guy went to bed. So I like left the house at like 9:30, and I was at this show from like 10 to 12:30. And then, went to bed like around 1:30. And I thought I was going to be destroyed today waking up, because I figured, like if I give myself 8 hours to get 8 hours of sleep, that usually means I get about 5 or 6 hours. So I figured I was going to be roasted, because I usually get up at 9:45, because the little guy eats at 10. And that's like when I start my day. But it's fine, actually. I felt kind of tired when I got up, but once I started moving around and started drinking my matcha, did my exercises, which I've been struggling with my exercises like the last week or so. I don't know if it's because I've been just extra tired or like stressed from like VGMCon prep or whatever. But exercises have been a little bit more difficult. But today they were great. So that was nice. So yeah, feeling good today. Excited for what we got in store in the game. Did I not move the camera yesterday? I thought I did. Did I not move it? I think I did. It looks fine, right? I'm centered in this column. That's the goal there, is that my head is like mostly centered between these two lines. And obviously I can just kind of like move, but I also want to like sit squarely on in this place. See, now it looks like a little bit off. I swear I adjusted this yesterday though. I figured out how to lock the camera mount down really, really hard, which is great. I didn't think that I could, but I figured out that I was just missing something. Let me try moving it a little bit here. That might be too much. Let's see. Oh, I went the wrong way. God, I always go the wrong way. That looks like about where it was. That feels better. Okay. That's mostly for my sanity and not yours. Because I'm always like looking at the preview to make sure everything's okay. And I'll see myself like slightly off center and I'll be like, you know, trying to get in there. Yeah, show last night was cool. I got invited by someone who performed at VGMCon a couple years ago to come to like a nerdcore hip hop event, which is something that I'm like super illiterate about. So I feel like I have an obligation to like be a little more connected to it. And I feel like I've done a good job of that with like, so like I'm a curator of a music lineup for a music festival. So, and one of the goals of that music festival is to represent like the most diverse group of performers possible, like amongst genres, people's backgrounds, you know, genders, everything. And I think I've done like, I keep leapfrogging myself. So that's the goal, right? And naturally there are certain types of music that I like more than others, you know, and there are some types of music that I don't really enjoy that much. Or like I have a harder time like finding stuff that I like in those genres, right? But I know that other people like those genres and they need to be represented for that reason and because just they exist and so they deserve to be represented. And like, you know, dance music is kind of like that for me. Like I don't get super into dance music. But obviously I know that it's really popular and I know that it's important to a lot of people, so we want to represent it. And nerdcore is very similar, where like it's not super my thing for like a lot of really microscopic reasons, but like I do appreciate some of it and I like a lot of the aspects of it, but because of that I don't know a whole lot about it, you know. Like I really like rock and fusion and funk and stuff, so naturally I know more about those genres and know more about groups that play those genres than others, but I have to like kind of, you know, balance all that. So there's like a handful of genres that are just like significantly less my cup of tea, and I have to like really try to like actively engage with them in whatever way that I can, so that I'm like aware of like, you know, who's good or who do people want to see, and if it's a genre that I'm not a super big fan of, like dance music or something, it's harder for me to know what's good. Like if I have like a taste for the genre, it's kind of self-evident, right? I can listen to like 5 bands that play funk music and I can be like, oh, these guys are my favorite. But if I listen to 5 different like DJs play stuff, it's a lot harder for me to be like, oh, well, clearly this one is the most talented, you know, or, oh, this one, I bet this one's the most popular, you know, like that's harder for me to sense. I might get it right some of the time, but I have less of a developed ear for some of these genres. So a nerdcore artist that performed at VGMCon a couple years ago invited me to come to this show that I was not aware of, and I looked it up and looked at the lineup and I was like, wow, I know all these people. Some of them have performed at VGMCon before, some of them are performing at VGMCon for the first time this year, and some of them are just like people that I either have met before and would like to be better friends with, or people that I would like to meet. So I was like, I really need to go to this and just kind of like, you know, support by my presence and, you know, kind of like say hello to some people or whatever. And it was cool. It was a very small place, very like intimate, but like really high energy. Like everyone was really excited to be there performing, because this event has apparently been going on for over a decade and I just didn't know about it because I'm illiterate about this genre. and so they all knew each other very well. It was very familial amongst the performers. You know, there was so much collaboration. That's one thing that I think is really, really cool about hip hop, that I'm jealous of, is like, if you're in a band that plays like a bunch of instruments and stuff, and you're in a live scenario and you want to have like a guest musician with you that's like your friend or whatever, you know, somebody from like a different band or whatever, if you want to have them come up and like guest with you on a song, there's so much planning associated with that to make sure that it goes smoothly. You know, like the sound engineer needs to know ahead of time that it's going to happen. And if they play like a horn, they're going to need to have a line dropped for that if they have a clip-on mic, or just a mic on a stand if they're going to be like old school. You know, if they play like an instrument like a guitar or a bass, they're either going to be swapping out with somebody who's already on stage and using their rig, or there's going to need to be an extra rig that's ready to go. You know, if it's a keyboard player, you need a whole extra keyboard, or they're switching with the keyboard player. Drummers, even if they're just switching from one person on the kit to the other, like that takes a little bit of time, and they might need to tweak some stuff and all that kind of thing. But if you want to have a guest as like a rapper, like they just walk up on the stage and grab the microphone and it's ready to go. And it's so cool because there was such a like revolving door of things. Like there were so many different people that would appear on stage, and pretty much everybody would like kind of make an appearance in every other person's set, you know, and they would just be, and some of it was very impromptu and unplanned. You know, they would be like, yo, you, so-and-so, like, where are you at? You know, like, hey, is so-and-so still here? You know, and then they would just come up on stage and like, you know, do a song with them. And that aspect of it is really cool. I'm super jealous of that as somebody who plays instruments and instrumental music. It's very difficult to implement a guest musician in a performance when you play instruments. There's like almost no easy way to do it unless it's one person who plays the exact same instrument swapping out with somebody who's already playing that instrument and playing the same one. You know, like, oh, we're gonna have a different keyboard player or a different drummer or a different bass player on this song. You know, and that person just needs like a quick little like, okay, here's your boost, here's your distortion, you know, here's your strings patch, whatever it is. Like, but even still, like, it's not just like it can't be like an impromptu thing. Or if it is an impromptu thing, there's going to be a certain amount of time spent like acquainting them with the workstation that they're going to be at, whether it's a drum set or a pedal board or a keyboard UI, whatever. You know, but the hip hop scene is not beholden to any of that, and that was really cool. That it's really cool to see that in action, how they can just truly like do whatever they want when it comes to like having guests and stuff like that. So it felt very like free form and kind of like just improvisational, I guess. So that was cool. I enjoyed that. I wish I could have stayed longer to like support more people and like hang with more people and meet more people, but I had to get back home so I could be responsible and get some sleep. It's going on again today, but I don't think I'm gonna go again tonight. I think that would just be too much. I have too much to do this weekend, and I don't think I have it in me to go 2 days in a row. So, but I'm glad that I know about it, and I got to meet the guy who runs the whole thing, and we're going to try to stay in touch. What else is going on? Today is going to be our first day of Mario Party 3 during ads. I just set it up before we started. Excited about that. I looked up all of the Mario Party 3 unlockables, and I'm at a bit of a crossroads here, because I kind of didn't realize that basically none of the Mario Party 3 unlockables are related to party mode. But there is an exception. So the cool thing is I don't have to worry about like switching the players to humans at the end or anything like that, because we don't need to like farm coins or anything like that. So that's not a problem at all. We don't have to collect coins or stars for anything in particular. The goal in Mario Party 3 is to unlock minigames, and the way that you unlock the minigames in Mario Party 3, and I think most Mario Party games going forward, is rather than buying them from a menu outside of party mode, is you literally just unlock them by playing them. So the first time you play Mario Party 3, and you get to the end of a turn, and it brings up that roulette where it like chooses what game you're gonna play, they're all question marks, right? And most Mario Party games are like this. It's just we quickly forget because you play them so many times, or at least all the early Mario Party games are like that. And then once you've landed on that Mario Party game once before in a party, it's unlocked in minigame mode. And then the next time it comes up in the roulette, you'll be able to see the name of that game, and all the other ones will still be question marks. So there's 64 minigames, shout out, in Mario Party 3, and our goal is to unlock all 64 of them. The first roughly third to half will obviously be unlocked pretty quickly, but the back half could take a really, really long time. Like, thinking about how unlikely it will be to land on that last minigame in the roulette is a little bit scary. But the other thing I'm thinking about is most, like, all the other unlockables in Mario Party 3 are related to story mode. So I would need to actually play story mode offline to unlock that stuff. There's an extra board in 2 different modes. There's an extra difficulty, which would actually be really fun to unlock for the computers during ads, to just juice them a little bit more, just to see. And there's a bunch of little like Easter egg extra modes and stuff like that. And then just like Mario Party 1 and 2, once you've unlocked everything in the game, there's this little tiny secret thing that unlocks too. So it'll take a while, I think, for Mario Party 3. I'm not sure how I want to approach the unlocking of the 64 minigames, because if it takes like an absurdly long amount of time, I don't know what I'm going to want to do. The next Mario Party in line after 3 would be 5, because there's not anything I could unlock in Mario Party 4 via the ads method that I haven't already unlocked. It's all locked behind single player as well. But what I would really like to do is I would like to, as always, stream Mario Party. But it doesn't seem like anybody wants that besides me, and I accept that. But for what it's worth, there is a Ko-fi commission for one-off streams, and there's a huge list of games on there that I can stream. And some of them are like first playthroughs of games that are really, really short that I could probably beat in 1 or 2 streams. And then the rest of them are like challenge runs, ROM hacks, and like ongoing things like grinding 100% in something that I would do for 1 stream. And I would do basically any Mario Party for the one-off stream. But specifically the 100% grind for 4 and now 3 would be the 2 that I'm most interested in doing. So if you want a Mario Party 3 stream, you can buy one on Ko-fi. Speaking of, well, that doesn't really work. I was going to say, speaking of Ko-fi, we have a Sunday poll. That doesn't really make sense. But we have a Sunday poll. It's closing at the end of the stream today. At the end of the stream today, we will know what the next point-and-click playthrough is going to be for the lady and I. We have 3 options on the poll in the polls channel of the Discord. Please go in there and vote if you haven't already. Mind the Discord despot. And we will close that out before we raid at the end of the stream today. What else was I going to say about that? Oh, well, we're very close to unlocking that next Sunday sub goal bonus stream. We are at 22 out of 25 subs. So if that were met today, since this is the last stream of the week, we would have a Sunday stream next week. Otherwise, if we hit that next week, it'll be the following week. The sub goal stream is always the following week from the week that it's met, just so that we can have time to prepare and I can like plug it during the normally scheduled streams of the week before the Sunday. Because sometimes in the past we would do it like 2 days after the sub goal was met, and then people would be like, "Oh, I didn't know it was happening. I missed it." And I thought that was a pretty valid concern to address. I'm gonna try to fix the Discord emotes over the weekend. Most of you probably haven't noticed or don't care. I talked about this yesterday a little bit. When I canceled my Nitro, the server lost its boost, which changes the number of emote slots that we have. And all of the emotes are still uploaded, but it only takes the first, I think it's 50. So, Gad, how dare you? What the heck? Dude, thank you for the 5-pack. You didn't have to do that. How are you doing today, man? Thank you so much. Sunday, 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 he says. Well, you will have it. We don't know what game it is yet, but whatever the new Sunday game is, we will stream it next Sunday. Thank you so much, Gad. Would you like 5 spins for your very generous gift? Thank you for gifting to Yellyfish, Doug Ventures, the Mechacong, Pokédoll, and Travens. I know some of those people. And thank you for kicking off a frickin' scam train. Get your scambas in. Man, I thought there was something else I was going to say about the Sunday poll, and I just cannot think of what it is. Must not have been that important, right? Alright, well, it's about 3:30, so that's perfect. Let's do some spins, because I'm assuming Gad wants them. And, you just want one spin? Are you sure? Let me go grab the roaming mic while you think about it. All right. Do 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 do. Wow, that's really out of alignment. What happened there? He changed his mind. What the heck? 5 it is, he says. All right. You got it. Oh yeah, I was gonna make sure y'all could hear me. Check, check. Yeah, you can hear me. Cool. 5 spins of the wheel for Holy Gad. Okay, let's see here. So, let's see, caveats. If we land on Game Gush or Game Roast, it will be a choice. Since I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of like make these 2 wedges interchangeable until I update it to where they're actually merged together. But I will still keep track of like which wedge we land on for the purpose of like blackout and whatever. All right, first spin of the day. Pink and orange are locked. What do we have for Mr. Holy Gad? The 5-pack lad. It's a game roast. Okay, so you can choose a game gush or a game roast for that spin. Your choice. But if we land on this same one again, it'll be a respin, but if we land on this one, it'll also be your choice. So you could still choose 2 roasts or 2 gushes if you want. We'll do it that way. Number 2. Is an orange wedge, so we will have a snack. And orange wedges are now unlocked for the rest of the stream. Whoa, that doesn't work one-handed. Spinning the wheel is a two-handed affair, folks. Spin number 3 is a pink wedge, so with our snack we will also have a soda, and now the entire wheel is unlocked for the rest of the stream. My wallet is safe, no gift sub. Spin number 4. All right, that's not a duplicate because we landed on pink last time. So that's a Wordle. Maybe we'll try out one of the new daily games that I'm thinking about. Gad, I think you would get a kick out of Colordle, so we should do Colordle. Or Colordle is probably how I should say it. Thank you for the Hype Train emote. That's a pretty good one. I have all these great Hype Train emotes on the Backlog Boys account, and I never chat in anybody's chat as Backlog Boys, so I never get to use my Hype Train emotes that y'all unlock for me. All right, and our final, for now, 5th spin. What'll it be? The little guy really likes watching this. Discord Despot. Well, joke's on you, Holy Gad. You are already the Discord Despot. So nothing happens. Womp womp. Am I right? That's 5 spins. Securing his despotic role. He's rigged the election to win a second time. All right, I'm gonna push the snack and soda tasting to after the first ad break. A roast of Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. Ooh, that's a good choice. Let's go back over here. Let's get rid of that. Get this off my screen because it's distracting me. Exactly. You're way ahead of me, Gad. You're way ahead of me. Let's do that now, actually. Now, before we actually start the timer and I start roasting this game, I have a very profound and specific memory linked to this game. I was working for GameStop when this game came out, and there was a massive snowfall in Minneapolis right around the time that this game came out. This game came out in February of 2014. And I remember going out in front of my apartment with my this copy of this game right here, and like setting it in this giant pile of snow and taking kind of like a artsy photo for the gram. It's probably still on the Backlog Boys Discord somewhere. Actually, it's probably on the Do a Barrel Roll Instagram because that's pre-Backlog Boys. But it's out there somewhere. And I don't know if it was the day that this game came out, but it had to have been like the same week. I was driving to work to go to GameStop to work, and I got stuck in the snow. And that memory is like associated with this game. And it was I've gotten like stuck in various ways in the snow in a couple of, many times throughout the years. That's a very common thing. But that particular time was one of the most annoying, because it was one of those times where like you're stuck, but you can't really tell how or why you're stuck. Like it seems like you shouldn't be stuck. Like you walk around the car and you look at everything and it's like, what am I stuck on? Like it looks like a magic trick or something like that, but you just can't go anywhere. And another reason why it sucked so bad is because I was on a highway off ramp. I was coming off of 35W North, and I'm like exiting. I exited and went up a ramp, and then as I was coming to a stop at the stoplight, I was going very, very slow. Like I braked properly. I had the skills, but I was probably going like less than 5 miles an hour, but my wheels still like locked up, and I like slid just a little bit, and I knew I was fine. Like there was a car in front of me, but I knew I wasn't going to hit the car because of how slow I was going and how far away from them I was. So I wasn't like scared or anything. So I was just kind of like sitting there, just kind of like riding it out, right? And then my car just kind of like slowly slid and was like stopping. And then just before it was able to like naturally come to a stop so that I could like let go of the brake and like let the wheels unlock, it just made the slightest little sideways turn, and you hear that like crunchy sound of like snow hitting your bumper or whatever. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. I couldn't figure out why I kind of like hooked just like this, you know, like 2 degrees at that particular moment to hit the big snow pile on the side of the road, because I was in the left lane. But I was like, oh, well, at least the snow stopped me. And then, you know, my wheels unlock, I let off the brake, and I go to just like turn the wheel and like drive away, and I can't go anywhere. And I was like, what? Like, and I thought something was wrong with my car, because I was like, there's no way I'm stuck here. Like, I barely touched this snow, but I was stuck. And so then I was like blocking traffic. You know, I'm like in a turn lane of a 3-lane road, and I'm pretty sure only the left lane was the turn lane. So anybody that also wanted to turn would have had to like go around me. So I'm like causing traffic, and I'm like out of my car in the road trying to figure out what's going on. And I'm like getting down on my hands and knees and like looking at the, you know, the wheels to see like if something is and I can't see anything that warrants my car being stuck. And I was basically just fussing with it for like 10 minutes. And of course, at this point, I'm like late for my shift as well, you know, so I'm like stressing about that, and I'm like sweating. And I wasn't worried about like I didn't feel like I was in like danger or anything. You know, I wasn't like on a highway where cars are just like, like whizzing by. Like it was very, very slow traffic. So I wasn't super worried about like that, but I couldn't figure out what was going on. And basically the only reason that I was able to get unstuck is because a random person just helped me. Some dude with a truck just like pulled in front of me and just like got out with like tow straps in his hand and didn't even like ask me anything. He was just like, I'm gonna help you. And I was like, okay, you know, and he just like hooked it onto the frame under my car and just gave me like the tiniest little yank, you know, and then I was good to go. But I was so frustrated. And then I drove to work and, you know, did my shift or whatever. And then as I walked out of work to drive home, I realized that the front license plate was not on my car. And I was like, wait a minute. I have a front license plate, right? And so then I had to drive back to where my car got stuck and look for my license plate. And miraculously it was there. Like 10 hours later. So that is my weird Minnesota memory associated with this video game, because that was either the day that this game came out or like the same week that this game came out. We had a tropical freeze of our own. Now, let me put 3 minutes on the clock and actually roast this game and tell you all why it's the worst game ever. Welcome in, Raised. You're just in time. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. The reason why Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze sucks and is the worst game ever is because it doesn't understand the concept of reality when it comes to what to demand from the player. Like many Donkey Kong Country games, this game allows you to go beyond 100% completion, and you know, if you choose to get the actual on-screen 100% in a Donkey Kong Country game, it's not actually all the content. Donkey Kong Country 1 was famous for going to 101%. DKC 2 went to 102. DKC 3 went to 103. Donkey Kong 64 went to 101 as well. And those extra percentages are always associated with sadism and self-destruction to some degree. But this game really goes above and beyond and just saying, hey, what if you just really hated yourself so much that you were going to become like a speedrunner of this game and like a professional athlete at this game just to get from 101 to 102%. So I 100%ed this game. I did all the normal people 100% stuff. But this game, I believe, goes all the way up to 103 or maybe even 104. And one of the things that you have to do is there is a time trial mode for every single stage. And you can get a bronze, silver, or gold medal rating for your time trial based on how quickly you get from the beginning of the stage to the end. And nothing else matters. You don't have to defeat enemies. You don't have to, you know, do certain moves or activate certain objects in any particular way. You just have to get from the beginning of the level to the end of the level as fast as you possibly can, using whichever characters and combination of characters that you want. Well, I set out to try this on the first level of the game, which has got to be presumably the easiest one to do in the whole game, right? And I was so far away from even the bronze benchmark time that I was just stunned. And I was like, oh, there must be like a shortcut in this level that I never unlocked. Because I was off the bronze time by like 25 seconds. And I considered myself very good at this video game. But I was off the bronze benchmark by like 25 seconds. And so I went to go look up how this was done, because I knew I must be missing something, because the gold time is like another 25 seconds ahead of the bronze time. And you could go into the leaderboards actually for this game when the servers were still on. I don't know if you can now. You probably can on the remaster or the ports or whatever. And you could watch back people's runs. And after I saw these people doing the runs that were like the fastest times in the world or just good enough to get gold, I immediately noped. I was like, absolutely not. There's no way I'm doing this for like 60 or 70 levels or whatever. And I think you had to do it for the boss levels as well. So you had to learn like boss quick kills. It would, like, I probably spent like a good 60 to 70 hours grinding the 100% in this game, you know, like replaying levels to find the secrets and getting all the letters and the bananas and, you know, alternate paths and everything like that. And it was very, very difficult in some spots, but it did ultimately end up being fun because the game gave you tools to like not have to look up things if you didn't want to, which I really appreciated. I'm pretty sure I must have looked up some things, but I didn't look up most things because they gave you like a little squawks bird to like find secrets as like a sonar system and things like that, where you didn't have to just straight up get lucky or look it up. But the time trials thing is just inexcusable. There's just no way. I'll never ever do it. You'd have to pay me like a 5-digit sum of money for me to subject myself to trying to make that happen. Great game otherwise, though. If you play Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, stop at 100% or lower. 101, 102, 103, whatever it is, ain't worth it. It ain't worth it, I promise you. Good lord. All right. Thank you for that roast choice, Gad. We will have a snack and soda tasting after the first ad break, and we'll do the Wordle then as well, I think. If there's time, also Smashy, welcome in, hello. If there's time to do the Wordle before the first ad break after I do a recap, then we'll go ahead and do it then. Because this recap won't take that long. So let's see what we can do. Let's pause the music and go back over here. As you can see, we are at the launch screen today, which means that I did not have time before stream to rerun through the dungeon that we were doing at the end of stream last night. But it won't take long, so that'll be the first thing that we have to do. But we're going to get into the game here so that we have some music, and then I'm going to tell you about what we did yesterday, which wasn't a ton story-wise. There's only about 1 page of notes to go through, so... we're going to load save file 3. Yes, this one. In the C cube. So we started yesterday outside of a new town called Colordle Village. And we didn't know where it was yet. We were still having to find it. Everybody is done with job classing. Everybody is on their final trajectory until we get a big new piece of information or some wild hair. We are done with job classing. When we got to Colordle Village, it was one tiny little ski chalet on a raised platform that didn't really look like a town. And we went inside, and there's all these very bundled up people hanging out by a fire barrel who were completely nonplussed with our presence, even though we snuck in through a back door because there wasn't a front door. And they were like, "Oh, hey, you should go down and see everybody. There's a festival going on." And there's a locked steel gate in front of a fireplace, and then we get a key for that. They just readily give that to us. And then we climb down the ladder, and we're in this huge underground village that's this round thing. It kind of has movie set vibes. All the buildings kind of look like facades. It reminded me of Twilight Town from Kingdom Hearts. It's all decorated very Christmassy. There's lights everywhere, and these evergreen trees that have lights in them. And they have this tradition for marriage that's based on this piece of folklore that we didn't learn until we had been there for a little bit. But I'm going to go out of order here. Basically, there was a story of someone who needed to make a princess laugh, and whoever could make the princess laugh would get to marry her. And so this guy chose to make the princess laugh by wearing a bunch of hats. And he would take off his hat only to reveal that there was another hat underneath. And he did this until there was only one hat left. And apparently that made the princess laugh, and they got married and lived happily ever after. And so now, in this culture, if you are wearing specifically one hat, it is basically your way of advertising to everyone around you that you are available for and interested in marriage proposals. But if you're wearing 2 or more hats, then you're just a normal person. We did not encounter anyone who did not wear a hat at all, so I don't really know what that means. But basically, when we got there, all these little tiny baby girls that shouldn't be concerned with this were rushing Morrow because he's wearing a hat, one hat to be precise, and started proposing marriage to him. And we didn't know why, and he was freaking out, and we were chasing him around, trying to corral him and figure out what was going on. And we eventually got that lore dump from this old lady named Finu. And then Zola bails Morrow out by pretending to be his fiance, and she kisses him on the cheek, and all the other girls are like, "Oh, he's betrothed. All right, we'll be respectful and back off." And obviously Morrow loved that because he's obsessed with Zola. But Zola makes it very clear that she was just doing that for him as a friend. And I don't know why no one is bombarding Zola, because Zola is also wearing one piece of headgear. But apparently bandanas don't count, or they're just too intimidated by Zola. I don't know. And then after all of that transpires, we get to talk to the Elder. And he tells us about this side quest related to dragons and shines a little bit of light on the thing that I discovered in the Creature Compendium earlier about the Moody Dragon. It turns out the Moody Dragon is one of 5 dragons. There's not 5 Moody Dragons. And each dragon gives you their fang when you defeat them. And if we get all 5 of them, there is a very powerful evil bracelet that was crafted using these 5 bracelets. The Elder referred to them as an ancient wizard. It's probably Nene. And apparently the dragons appear when certain ancient machines get reactivated. That doesn't really explain how the Moody Dragon appeared, but whatever. And then, yeah, every dragon is like sealed until a specific event takes place, is basically what it is. Raised! What the heck? Raised, thank you so much for 3 months of Tier 1 in advance. That's so nice of you. Wowie zowie. Holy moly. Thank you so much for that. Would you like 3 spins for that? Or just 1? Or 0? Your choice. And then the Elder tells us that someone claims to have seen a dragon west of the village. We went outside, and we very quickly found this dragon. It's called the Blizzard Dragon. We tried fighting it. It is the most powerful enemy that we've seen in the game thus far. It absolutely destroyed us. It has a very specific strategy that we could probably prepare for in some way, but we didn't commit to doing that right away. We're going to come back to it. Especially since we don't know where any of the other dragons are. I don't want to spend a bunch of time trying to kill the hardest enemy in the game we've seen thus far in chase of a reward, only to discover that I don't know where any of the other dragons are. I'd like to know where all 4 of the remaining dragons are before I start busting my balls trying to beat them, you know? We also hear that something fell from the sky in Noluta after some earthquakes. We've been hearing a lot about earthquakes. We heard about earthquakes in Colosso as well. We went to Noluta, and the kids are running around that central square, and we find 10 of these sparkly items called Aurora Droplets, which sound like key items, but they are just a very powerful consumable, and maybe they'll replenish at some point. We'll see. We cashed in 1,400 nothings and got an accessory called a lei, like a Hawaiian flower lei, but I have not checked out what it is yet. I need to do that. And we found out that our next milestone is 1,800, not 1,600. This is the first time it hasn't just gone up by 200. So I'm sort of suspecting that maybe 1,800 is the final milestone, and that 2,000 is probably the total overall number of nothings. That's my current theory. We checked out some stuff in Jabral, and then we got very lucky. We talked to a bodyguard who told us, hey, the person with the power to dispel white barriers needs to go talk to our security office boss. And I was like, oh, I have that power. So I went and talked to him, and he said that there was a white barrier in the mecha base that was blocking the path. And I had previously got it in my mind that that one was a black barrier, but I was mixing it up with a chest that was behind a black barrier. And so that was very fortuitous. We went back to the mecha base. We were able to go beyond the 2nd floor up to the 3rd floor. There ended up being a total of 5 floors in the mecha base. When we got all the way to the top floor, we got another ship part. We got the missile upgrade A. And I think we fought a boss. We fought the gold scything skull spider. He was pretty easy. And we also, I didn't write this in my notes, but we also found yesterday the place where we can actually equip and toggle these ship parts that we're finding. It's the blue dot on the map that's right next to Lao Mountain Camp. So every time we find an upgrade, we can go there and equip or unequip it, and that's all we can do there. And then another one of the big overworld places is a giant floating fortress, kind of like the sea cube that we're in right now, but that one has a barrier around it and a bunch of like artillery on the outside, and it pulls us into a ship flying minigame before we can get into it. So I'm gonna wait until we have examined everything else and found as many ship upgrades as possible before we go in there. It's possible that that's actually our next required location, but I'm still assuming that it's gonna be the purple star, which is the crater where Nene's fortress disappeared. Then we came to this dungeon called the Sea Cube. It's just a long labyrinthian, almost clearly optional dungeon that probably has a ship part at the bottom. We got all the way to what looks like the boss room, but there was no save point, and so I warped back to the entrance to save. So I need to run all the way back through this and then either get the item or fight the boss or both. But we've otherwise cleared this dungeon. And that is where we left off at the end of the stream yesterday. So today we're going to be doing this and then more endgame roundup stuff before we finish this game off, which I don't think will happen today, but will almost assuredly happen next week, whether it's Thursday or Friday. And then we'll have a filler arc week and a new game to choose. Okay, I'm going to run the first ad break of the day, and you're going to see Mario Party 3 if you're not hit with ads. And I'm going to go feed the pups, put the little guy in his nap because he's ready, grab a snack. Feel free to do the same. When I come back, we're going to do a snack tasting, a soda tasting, and a daily game. I think we're going to try out Colordle today. Y'all are going to see some madness on there, some madness from the gadness. And we're also going to do 3 more wheel spins for Raised by Hypocrites. Thank you so much, Raised. So we'll be back in a little bit with some shenanigans before gameplay. See you in a few minutes.
This is... you don't understand.
Okay, we are back from ads. Thanks for waiting. It's gonna be so fun to get used to like the new music. We've had the Mario Party 1 music for a good stretch of time. Pause that. This game also moves a lot faster than Mario Party 1 because there's actually a speed up option on the board map for both the text and the movement. So the fact that we were able to get through 3 turns during one break there is really something. Okay, we're gonna go back over here and turn the tunes back on. Let's do these 3 spins first before we get into the shenanigans we've already unlocked. I think that's prudent. Go back to the roaming mic. And do some more spins here. These spins are for raised. The last thing we landed on was Discord Despot. Okay, so that's what we got to watch out for respin. 3 in a row. Here we go. For raised. Thank you again. Draconic's asking how far till blackout. That's a great question. I'll give you an update here after this spin. The whole wheel is unlocked. All right, that's 10 push-ups that I've got to do. Let's see where we're at for blackout. So far, we have 5 of 12 wedges for blackout. Almost halfway. If we land, Draconics is referring to a rare occurrence where if we hit every single wedge on the wheel at least once individually in the course of a single stream, it is a different way to unlock one of the Sunday sub-goal bonus streams. Normally it's just keeping track of total subs until we hit 25, but this will also do it if we do a blackout. And they'll stack, so. We've already unlocked 1 today, but a blackout would give us another one, and we would basically just do it 2 weeks in a row. Spin number 2 for raised. Gad is sweating. He does not want to lose his Discord Despot while there's an active poll. That would be spicy. Ooh, nice. All right, we landed on art time. We haven't landed on art time in a while. If someone will type !paint in the chat, that is your selection of colors. Raised, you get to pick one of these colors, and you're going to choose the color that we paint this square right here on your screen. It's going to be the next one in the succession here. We're working on this together as a community. As you can see, this is only the 7th time that we've done it. And Raised chooses cyan. Great choice. All right, so we're going to do that. I need to be writing this down. We had 10 push-ups and an art time, and we've got 1 more spin here. Here we go. Spin number 3 of 3 for Raised. Five pull-ups. Okay. Well, things are looking pretty good for the blackout hopefuls here. We are now at 8 out of 12. We've had basically no repeats here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, no, I'm wrong. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there's still 5 wedges we haven't landed on. So if we land on this other Game Gush slash Game Gush slash Game Roast wedge, hasn't been hit yet. Dumbbells has not been hit yet. Endless Dreams has not been hit yet. Puppy Time has not been hit yet. And Duolingo has not been hit yet. So that's where we're at. But seven wedges on 8 spins is pretty solid. That's pretty good. That's just about as good as you could hope for. Okay, how do we want to tackle all this? I'll do the exercises last because I'm gonna be a little winded. Let's do...
This is, you don't understand.
Smashy. We're gonna do... Let's do the daily game first. And then I need to shake this marker to life for like a minute and a half because it's never been used before. These are all like, other than the colors that have been used so far for art time, these are all brand new. So this will be the cyan marker's first time. You can see the tip of the marker is still naked. It's not gonna focus on it because I'm here, but it'll be blue when it's ready to go. Okay, have fun. The lady's going to the store. Okay, so we're gonna do this for a while. Switch back to the regular mic. Let's go over here. And then let's pull up Colordle here. I'm gonna need 2 hands for this, so that's not really realistic. So yeah, the Wordle wedge on here is gonna get reworked into a daily games wedge, and I'm gonna have a list of like 3 to 5 daily games that whoever lands on it gets to pick which one we do. And this is gonna be one of the options. Let me see if I can get this on screen here. There we go. Okay, so this is a very silly daily game. You're trying to guess a color out of like thousands and thousands of colors, which is obviously, you know, pretty much impossible, right? But you can basically kind of choose how you want to make this game interesting for yourself. And the way I like to do it is to see how close I can get in 20 guesses. And basically, every time you guess a color, you get a score from 0 to 100%, with 100% being the color, and then anything lower than 100% is like how close you are to the color, if that makes sense. And this is very, like, nefarious. This is kind of like this is like color Scrabble, in a way, where, like, a lot of these colors you wouldn't know their names, because they're things like ship's mast, you know, and it's like a shade of brown called ship's mast. Like, you're not just gonna know that color off the top of your head. So I think the reasonable way to play it is just based on like colors that you know, try to get as close as you can and see, and like, you know, see what your high score is. Like maybe your high score is 85% or something like that. You know. So that's what I do that's what I'm gonna do when I play Colordle, is I'm gonna give myself 20 guesses to try to get the best score that I can. And then we can, like, you know, look at what the answer is. This game is called Colordle. Oh, you can't see it. It's like just cropped, isn't it? Colordle. There you go. Colordle. So yeah, feel free to play along here if you want. So like, for example, for my first guess here, I could just do something really simple like blue or red. Or you could try to be cheeky and say something like cyan or, you know, burnt orange. You know, you could try to be more specific. It doesn't really matter for your first guess. You're kind of just throwing a dart here. Brick red, blue raspberry. Yeah, you can try to get really silly with it. Basically, you want to try to figure out like what kind of color family it is in, and then it's basically a test of how many shades of that color family can you think of. At least for the way that I play. You can, like, if you want to, you can actually pull up the full list of available colors that it pulls from, and there's like, you know, 25,000 of them or whatever. And you could actually really try to figure it out if you want to. Look at y'all with all your fancy colors in the chat here. I'm gonna go to the warm side. So I'm gonna guess, let me see if bright red is a color. Yeah, we'll just try bright red. Wow, 86% right off the bat. That's huge. There's many times that I've played this where I haven't even gotten above 80% after 20 guesses. So that's huge. So we're in the right family here. So basically what I should do now is I should probably try something that leans a little like pink and a little purple and a little like orange to see like which direction from red I need to go. So I could guess purple. Okay, so purple is far away from the color. So pink is probably not it either. So let's try orange. Orange is also pretty far away. Okay, let's try pink. Okay, so pink is a little bit closer. So we're somewhere, we might be between pink and bright red, or it's somehow like so maybe it might be a darker shade of red, but see that leans towards purple potentially. So let's try burgundy. Okay, so burgundy is closer, but still not as close as the bright red. Burgundy has just like a little bit of blue in it. So what if we try red orange? Ah, we're getting closer. We're getting closer. Okay, so it's leaning towards. It's a red with a little bit of yellow in it. Oh, strawberry. That's a good guess. Strawberry. Oh, 90%. I've never hit 90%. Okay. Strawberry is a really good guess. I'm just trying to think of colors. I'm not that great with shades of red, to be honest with you. I wonder if like heather red? No. Or red heather? What about like rose? Oh, that's more like a fuchsia kind of color. And I'm fine with y'all helping me on these as long as you're not looking up color names. If you're just saying color names off the top of your head, we can play together. Oh, raspberry, that's interesting. Let's see where raspberry is. So raspberry's a little bit more purpley. I think this is probably in the wrong direction. This is closer to burgundy. But we can see where it lands. Yeah, 85, 83. What's up, Grobby? How are you? Pale red. Doesn't look like they have that one. We could try like light red, I guess. Yeah, where does this land? 84. Okay. Yeah, the light shades are informative because it's like you're mixing white with the color rather than another like color. But it looks like we want to mix in a little bit of orange, but not too much because strawberry is actually less orange than red orange. Neon red. Oh, that's a good guess, Smashy. 89. Okay, so strawberry is closer to our target color than neon red. What about like laser? Oh, apparently that's a mustard yellow color. What about sunburn? That's an actual color. That's so funny. That's not what we're looking for though. What about like crab shell? I don't know. Fire? No. Mario. Mario is a shade of red. 88.14%. Incredible. We're looking for like a very... Oh, brick red! That's true! You did say brick red right at the beginning. I think it's too dark. This is too close to burgundy. It's close, but it's not closer than strawberry. I don't know if we're gonna beat strawberry. 90 is a high score for me. Like, across every time ever playing this. What about like sour strawberry? You know? Or like light strawberry. Ripe strawberry. Strawberries and cream. Scarlet? Oh, Scarlet is interesting because that is really close to our original guess. 85 on Scarlet. Where's Crimson for them? Crimson's gonna be not what we're looking for, it looks like. That's a little darker. Strawberry Jam. That's a good idea. Oh, that's way too dark, I think. Yeah, it looks like we actually want just a little bit of like pink or purple added in. Tulip Red. That's a nice color, but I don't think that's what we're looking for. Where was Rose again? What kind of jam was that? This is like the all-natural, no additives strawberry jam, I think. Heart red? Valentine's. I'm literally just thinking of red things. I'm like looking around my room for inspiration. I don't know. I might have... Oh, apple. There you go. Apple red? Or red apple? Wait, did we just guess straight up red? Hold on. We should probably just have straight up red in there. Okay, 85. It doesn't look like apple is actually on there. Maybe it's candy apple red? Yeah. 85 on candy apple red. I guess just plain old apple is like too ambiguous, you know? There's too many different colors of apples. They have green apple, but they don't have red apple. But they do have candy apple red, which makes sense. And candy apple is not a separate color. Oh, candy. No, candy's too close to this light red. I don't think that's what we're looking for. We need something more vivid. What if we do like dark pink? Okay, we're somewhere in there. So we're looking for like a... We're looking... YouTube red! That's so funny. That's an old Backlog Boys joke, actually, raised. So very fortuitous that you brought that up. So I think we're actually looking for like a deep pink color here. But it can't have any blue, purple, cool hues in it. Like a very warm pink. Hot pink is gonna be too intense. Two more guesses to try to beat 90%. Where does it put fuchsia? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, that's the wrong direction. I can like see this color in my head, but I can't name it. Magenta's the wrong way. Faded pink? No, that's too light. I love that Mario was a color. That's so awesome. Stop sign. Oh, apparently stop is just a color. Which is funny. Fire truck. No fire truck. Fire truck red? No. But fire. Fire is a color. Oh, and fur. Shout out. We're looking for like a very deep red pink. Is red pink a color? Oh, it is. 89. Oh my god, we're so close. So, okay, is pink red a color? It is. Oh my. All right, there's our 20 guesses. We were really, really in there. 90% is a personal best for me. I think my previous best score was 85%. So I feel really good about 90%. And I don't think we can see the answer until tomorrow. We can only see yesterday's color. But yeah, this is what Colordle is. I think it's funny. I think it's cool. That'll be on the list of daily games for when we, when I rework the... Can we check next stream? If y'all remind me, well, actually, that doesn't work because I would have to look tomorrow because this is every day and I don't stream tomorrow. So I can click, if we go into this page tomorrow, you can click reveal yesterday's color and it'll tell you the answer. So somebody needs to remember to do this tomorrow and like post it in Discord or something so we can find out. But yeah, look at this. You can like pull up the full list of colors, which is wild. Like, this is just every single color in alphabetical order that they consider in this game. It's wild. All right, let me get this off the screen. Yeah, if you want to know. Oh, you did an internet search and it looks like the answer is available. Feel free to post it in Discord, Gad, but just make sure that you put spoiler tags around it, which is 2 vertical lines on either side. So you could say like today's Colordle, answer, spoiler tag, answer, spoiler tag. Let's get this off the screen. I think Raised might need to be let out of jail and know this color right away. I'm getting a sense that they need to know. Okay, we did that. Now we're gonna do a snack and a soda tasting. And then I'll do some exercises. And then we'll finally start the game. There are only 2 snacks left in the snack log right now. One is a sour snack and one is a sweet snack. I picked a sour soda, so we're gonna go for the sweet snack. This is a variety pack of High Chews, which is a brand I've had many times and I know and love. But these are flavors that I've never had before. This is the Getaway Mix, which is a really bizarre name. But I guess these are supposed to be themed after drinks, but they're both 2 flavors. They have an outer and an inner flavor. Let me come up here and show you. Switch mics here. So here's what it looks like. These are all individually wrapped. We've got a mango chamoy, which is wild. If you don't know what chamoy is, it's a very popular Latin American sauce. It's kind of like, you might have heard it referred to as like Mexican ketchup. It's like a tomato-based spicy sauce that's put on like all kinds of things, including fruit, for like snacks and stuff. It's in a lot of Mexican candy, so that'll be interesting. And then we have Mai Tai, which is like a cocktail. I don't know what a Mai Tai is supposed to taste like, but I see a cherry and a pineapple and it's orange. And then Yuzu Lime over here is just like lemon lime, I guess, because yuzu is like a Japanese lemon. So I'm expecting that to just be lemon lime. So I don't really know what the theming is here, but they all sound like interesting flavors to me, so we're gonna taste them. We're gonna taste each one. So let's get one of each here. There we go. I'm gonna taste the mango chamoy last. And we'll do the yuzu lime first. Lime, orange, almond, and then add rum. Oh, okay, that's a weird combination. Almond. Ooh, this smells really good. Whoa. Okay. Unexpected. Incredibly, like, multifaceted bouquet on this for a piece of candy. Very subtle at the same time, though. Okay, so it's a classic it's kind of a classic lemon lime flavor, but there is a twist to it. And it reminds me of something. Some people wouldn't like this. It's something that's kind of like floral. Some people would taste this and say, oh, this tastes like soap. I quite like it though. Yeah, it's like a floral lemon lime. Very interesting. I wonder what the inspo on that is. Haichu is a Japanese brand, I think. Which would make sense if there's yuzu as a flavor. That's very good. I like it. The floral note goes away as you get into it more, so maybe that's more in the outer layer. Sorry, the puppies are on full alert because the lady went to the store, so they're going to be barking a lot. I apologize. All right, let's try this Mai Tai. Lime and orange sounds amazing. If this tastes like almond, I don't know. I don't know. Nice, pretty orange color. Ooh, it smells just like an orange Starburst. Very similar color, too. Well, everybody, what's your favorite and least favorite of the original 4 Starburst? I know this is like a big point of contention. How do you say that word, Gad? Is it orgeat or orgeat? Orgeat sounds a little too Americanized. That can't be it, right? Okay. To me, this tastes like 2 Starburst flavors mixed together. It tastes like the orange, classic orange Starburst flavor, and the like pineapple / pina colada Starburst flavor. To me, this tastes like orange and pineapple. That's really good. Really, really good. No almond. Orgeat. Thank you. That one's really good. That one's really good. The lemon lime was good, but that one is way better. And also that one is way more universal. Like almost anybody that likes candy would like that. The lime one would be controversial because of the floral note. And we're gonna end on mango chamoy here. I'm very curious about this because this is like mango plus like sweet and spicy tomato. And it's also interesting because we have a Japanese candy company replicating this like Latin American flavor profile. So their interpretation of it might be different than the actual thing, you know? I don't know how popular chamoy is in Japan. I would imagine probably not very. It's like just now kind of starting to break through amongst non-Latin American people in like the US South. This one looks the prettiest though. The outside color is this very soft yellow, and then the inside is like this nice little red color. Kind of like the color we were trying to guess today, actually. It smells very good. I'm not a big fan of chamoy, for the record. I've tried a couple of things with it on there, and like the fruit mixed with savory, spicy kind of thing just hasn't like been a taste that I've acquired yet. But I keep trying stuff every now and then. I can kind of smell the savoriness. It's not tomatoey. Oh, there's the spicy note. Wow. That's really good. It's actually not that different than the flavor profile of the mango tamalitos. That's surprisingly spicy too. Wow. Holy moly. Like, that's pretty hot. This is a hard candy. It's a mango flavored hard candy, and then it has sea salt and lime and chili powder inside this like little pillow of hard candy. So texturally, totally different, but a pretty similar flavor profile. This is spicier than this though. And this is made by Latin American people, but it's made for white people. So maybe that's why. That is really good. That's absolutely my favorite and the most interesting of the three. I'm surprised. I'm surprised at how spicy it is. It's really lingering and like kind of hitting me in the back of the throat. But it has this nice sweet mango flavor. I'm gonna have to send a picture of these to Aelise and Raccoon Fiasco. They are big Hai Chew fans. They keep them in stock. And I think they would love to try these if they haven't already. Wow. That's really good. Okay. I need to go back to shaking my marker because we still haven't done our art time yet. I'm gonna clear my palate with some water. I'm gonna wait for that spiciness to subside a little bit before we do our soda tasting. Is this good ASMR? Is this weird? I know it's weird. I shouldn't even ask if it's weird. I already know that it's weird. All right, I need to motivate this thing a little bit. It's nice, you can kind of like visually see as the paint starts to work its way towards the tip. But it takes some time. Jimmy Eat World. All right, it's starting to flow now. Starting to flow, we're getting there. The nice thing about these is once you get them started, they're good to go. Like a couple of little shakes and you're good to go. They have like a really nice seal. They don't dry out. These came very highly rated and recommended by Lazy Luca, actually, who is a fantastic artist and graced us with her presence yesterday in chat for the first time in a while. All right, we're almost there. We're almost there. All right, I gotta be careful now because I don't want to get paint on this notebook. Let's see. I'll go ahead and do this art time before we do the soda tasting. Switch mics again. And let's go back over here, because this is the easiest cam to do art time on, because I can get really close. So to remind you, this is what we've painted so far. This is our first ever grid, a 4x4 grid of squares that we get to color in as a community. We're gonna color this square right here, this beautiful cyan color. That'll be a nice contrast. Whenever we finish this one, we have more blank ones ready to go. A bunch of these cute little canvases, kind of coaster sized. And you know, these will be prominently displayed somewhere on the stream, probably on this shelf is the best I can do. Here's a tester that I did when I first got them. This is just kind of an example of what a finished one might look like. But that one was not done by the community. This is the community one. I'd like to do something special with these once they're finished though. Like maybe like upload it to the Discord and chronicle it and memorialize it in some significant way. All right, there we go. Look at that. The whole tip is blue now. That means it's ready to go. Blue for Blue Dragon. All right, so we're gonna go like this. And then you're gonna watch me do my best to color it in at a weird angle for me. Ah, that's so satisfying though. We'll get the inner part here before we start the overlapping. Went a little bit over there. That's okay, it's part of the fun. That was nice. Ah, there we go. That looks pretty good. The puppies like it. All right, there's our blue square, or cyan square. Just do a little bit of fill up here. There's a little bit of white shining through. This is paint, it's not ink, so you kind of gotta brush it on there. It's nice and shiny now, but these are a little bit more matte when they dry, which I actually prefer the look of. Some of my old paint pens were a little bit shiny, even after they dried, and it looks a little, well, I don't like it as much. Suffice it to say. All right, back over here, back to the good mic, and we're gonna do a soda tasting. Very excited about this one. I've been eyeing this one up in the fridge for a while. We've got a nice green, nuclear green soda today. This is actually a grape soda, though. It is called Sour Grapes. I'm very interested by this. This is from a very trusted brand, Spring Grove. If you are in the Minnesota or greater Minneapolis area, you should be able to find these in quite a few places. This is a local brand from Spring Grove, Minnesota. I discovered these at Blue Sun, the soda shop formerly known as Blue Sun, where I get most of these. But they also usually have a stand at the Minnesota State Fair if you go there. And I got to taste some of their sodas on tap at the state fair and talk to some people who worked for the company, which was really cool. This was like 8 years ago probably now, but they're one of the brands where everything they make is very good, and they make a lot of stuff that's really like core standard sodas. You know, they have an orange, they have a root beer, they have a I think they have a cream soda and a ginger ale, but they also have a lot of stuff that's really unique. They have a blue raspberry soda. They have a strawberry rhubarb soda, which is like this sour strawberry that I like so much better than like a super sweet strawberry soda. They have this amazing soda that's called lemon sour. That's like this really tart, sparkling lemonade. It's amazing. And this Sour Grapes is new to me. I've never seen this one before, and I had to grab it. Grape soda is a category that I've never really been a big fan of, and I've been kind of trying to break through and find my way to over the last couple years. In the way that some kids grew up with cherry medicine, and they hate the flavor of cherry, or specifically artificial cherry, because it reminds them of medicine. I had grape medicine as a kid, so a lot of grape-flavored stuff growing up and through my teen years and young adulthood, I was like, this just kind of reminds me of Tylenol. I don't really want to... I can't... It's hard to enjoy this, you know? I've never really been a big fan of artificial grape flavor before, but I love real grapes, and when I eat real grapes, I like the green ones the best. Not necessarily for them to be super sour, but less sweet than like a deep red or black grape might be. So I'm very curious to see what this is like. I don't expect that it has any real grape juice in it, but we will find out. It smells like a classic grape flavor, so maybe it is just a grape soda, but with some extra citric acid to make it sour, which wouldn't be that bad at all. Yeah, that's pretty much what's going on here. So it has the like classic purple drink kind of flavor that you either love or don't love from your childhood. depending on your upbringing. But it's got a nice citric acid kick to it to make it nice and tart. It's not like, you know, Warhead, pucker, jaw-tighteningly sour. It's just not overly sweet because it's balanced out by this kind of extra sour note. It's good. It's good. I like it. I wouldn't say it's mind-altering or anything like that. I love the green color. That's obviously really fun. And it does what it sets out to do. I can taste... There's another thing about green... Or not green. Grape-flavored drinks where something about the artificial grape flavor makes the mineral taste of the water itself or the carbonation pop out a little bit more. So I'm getting that as well. There's a very mineral water taste here. Kind of irony, which sort of goes with grape flavor in a weird way. So that's not that weird. Some people might not notice that. Yeah, that's pretty good. For Spring Grove, honestly, I would put this on the lower end because they're just really, really good. They make such good stuff. If you see a Spring Grove lemon sour, you have to try it. Strawberry rhubarb is a strong recommend. Their orange, while very similar to many other orange sodas, is definitely like up there for a go-to for me if I want like a classic orange drink flavor. And I would say their root beer is perfectly passable, but nothing... That's a very competitive category. So I don't think they're trying to compete with the likes of, you know, Abita and such that are kind of more specializing in root beer. But it's like a nice, passable, classic root beer barrel candy kind of flavor. All right, thank you for joining me for that. We've just got to do some exercises now, and we can finally get into the game. Jem, how are you? How was Resident Evil earlier? I poked my head in for a few minutes while I was feeding the little man and feeding myself. How was stream today? Thanks for popping in. We're about to do 10 push-ups and 5 pull-ups. We've had a bunch of wheel spins today, so I'm getting caught up on all the shenanigans. So let's do those real quick. I'm not going to bring the mic with me because we don't need it. Let's do the pull-ups first because they'll be harder after the push-ups. And I don't need pull-ups to be any harder. I'll go for parallel grip today because I'm feeling saucy. Hopefully I don't regret it. I only have to do 5. Just stretching a little bit. I've already exercised today, so that's working against me. And today was arm day, which technically this isn't an arm exercise, but you know, it's all connected. All right. Okay, I'll take it. And 10 push-ups. Okay. Oh, you finished Resident Evil. Nice. You think you still like the base game more? Oh, that's right. You were doing some kind of like DLC for RE. Wait. Villages 8, right? And now you're ready for RE9. I see. So you were kind of just like crossing off all the RE8 stuff. Wait, was that really only 9 push-ups, or are you memeing me? Did I forget to count? We need a third party. You're memeing, okay. You almost got me. All right, so we can go over here now and actually start playing the video game that we're here to play. Thank you all so much for your support. I really appreciate it. We have unlocked a Sunday sub goal bonus stream. for the following Sunday. So not this weekend, but next weekend. Catching my breath still. The lady will join me and we'll play. We'll start our brand new point-and-click playthrough of a game that will be decided at the end of the day today. So if you haven't voted yet, make sure you go in the polls channel, add a reaction for what we're going to play next. We're excited for any of the three. So, and despite all the wheel spins today, Gad is still the Discord despot. So his vote counts for 2. Mind him. But if you're feeling saucy, maybe you can land on it today and steal it from him. Wouldn't that be something? That was the last RE thing that you didn't do. I see. Okay, so we are in a big old dungeon here that we have already cleared out. And we made it to the top floor. But there wasn't a save point at the top. And I felt like we were headed for a boss fight. So I was already like 10 minutes over on needing to end stream. So I warped back to the entrance to save and end the stream. So now we have to just hoof it all the way back through the dungeon. I'm glad it was a fun distraction, Raised. Thank you for literally funding our distraction. I enjoyed it too. I didn't say anything about this yesterday, but I was thinking about it. I love when an RPG isn't afraid to introduce like a optional dungeon that kind of seems like it might have some type of lore significance. But it's not afraid to just, like, decide that the player doesn't need that. You know, there hasn't been any type of, like, exposition dump as to, like, how this thing got here. And nobody's, like, said anything about it. And, like, part of me, most of me wants to know, like, what is this thing? How did this get here? But there's a small part of me that's like, respect for just like, it's just here because we decided to put it here. Because there's these big water cubes floating in the air. Oh, I went in the wrong one. There's these big cubes of water floating in the air above the ocean right outside of Gibraltar. And previously they were used to, like, terrorize the people of Gibraltar by, like, randomly dropping into the ocean and causing these giant tsunamis and storms. But we stopped that from happening. But the cubes were still there. They just, you know, Nene was no longer able to, like, manipulate them, I guess. Because we ran him off. But then this giant, huge, you know, multi-level superstructure that we're in just magically appeared inside one of those huge cubes. Also, the implications that there is, like, a full ecosystem of marine life inside of one of those cubes is wild. You know, there's, like, fish and giant sharks swimming around inside these, like, outside these hallways and windows and stuff. Alright, I think the lady's back. I can tell by Nima's bark. Alright, now we're on level 3. Level 2 is the annoying one. Now I can follow the arrows on the map. That's still my only major complaint about this game after 90 hours. Is just, I wish you could open the mini-map into a full-size map to better orient yourself. The world map is pretty bad, too. Like, it works, but it could be so much better. Like, especially if you could, like, zoom. Alright. So now we're all caught up. That didn't take long at all. Or actually, wait. I don't remember which way it is. Is it this way? It's probably this way. But which way from here? This way? I'm just assuming the top of the map is where I want to go. Yep, here it is, the biggest room. Okay, so we're going to find out if this is a boss or just a cutscene. There's definitely something going on in here. We've got this giant shark out there, which I absolutely hate as someone who is very afraid of the ocean and sharks specifically. But then there's this very cool structure in here, and just this whole zone is otherwise a really cool vibe if you don't get too caught up in the fact that we're underwater. Okay, there's an autosave happening. Alright, what is this? Okay, it's a robot boss. That makes sense. There's been... So, okay, I also didn't talk about this yesterday, but when we got to the Aurora Ruins, which is surprisingly hard to say for some reason, we fought this, like, stone stegosaurus thing. And it had been so long since the previous boss that I didn't have it in my mind. But when I went back to scrub the VODs, I saw it. And when we got to the bottom of Baroi Temple and fought this boss to get our very first device, the blue device, it was this like mechanized fire horse. And so that boss, the Stonesaurus, and this boss are all very clearly part of this kind of like set of bosses. And they seem to be favoring the 4 elements. And then they're like, you know, mechanized. So here's the water one. So there's probably a wind one as well. Let's start off with a Trap Florus, because that has served us very well. I maybe should have charged it a little bit less so that it went off before the other people, but whatever. Zola... Oh, this thing isn't targetable yet. Azure Abyssal Dragon. Let's write that down. We encounter the Azure Abyssal Dragon. Alright, so what happens if I attack your head? It does damage, but apparently that's a separate target from the actual dragon itself. So maybe we need to remove its, like, protective helmet or something. I'm gonna scan it. In a water-filled world, a weak one shall appear. Consume the Kellalon elixir and slay the dragon. Oh. It's weak against Kellalons? That's interesting. Well, we've kind of been waiting for our moment. I gotta assume that it's still beatable without using Kellalon, but maybe it's not. I mean, we're doing damage to it, right? But maybe you have to use Kellalon to get rid of its headgear or something? We've been wondering about this strategy. We have a lot of Kellalon elixirs. Or Kellalon powder is what it is. It said Kellalon elixir in the entry. Let's just try it. Oh wait, I can't use it on myself? Well, that doesn't make sense. That means I would have to leave the battle and give myself the accessory that changes me into a Kelolon. Let's just see what it does. It hasn't had a turn yet. Water laser. I feel like if we needed to use some type of gimmick to... Yo, 6-7. If we needed some type of gimmick to get rid of the helmet, it would be doing 0 damage. So the fact that we're doing damage to the head makes me feel like there's got to be some kind of limit where it like breaks or changes or something. So we'll try this for a little bit. He's not doing very much damage. Oh, okay, now we can't target the head, we can only target the throat. So this kind of makes kind of basic sense here. Let's just heal Morrow a little bit. We're about to get hit with an ad, so I guess I should pause. Yeah. Alright, as soon as he stops moving, I'll step away and I'll be back in a few minutes. You'll see Mario Party if you're not in the ads, and we'll be back in just a few. Thanks for being here. All right, I'm back. Shout out to the Magic Lamp Genie. Forgot about that animation. I'm so used to the Mario Party 4 one. All right, pause that. And back to the rock zone. So let's just start whacking this thing in the throat. Maybe there is like a more efficient way to kill this thing, but it kind of seems like we can just kill it with damage, so we're gonna do that. Ooh, we stole a belly button ring from it. Sir, why did you have a belly button ring in your throat? I feel like it's gonna resist fire, so let me try wind on it. Okay, here's this attack again. Maro should jump in front of this. $65 that time. We didn't get the magic number. Alright, hopefully wind does good. Because we did it twice. Oh yeah, that's good damage. Oh, I never noticed the cracked dirt on the ground there with the animation. That's really cool. Never noticed that. $66. Oh, we got so close. I guess we haven't used the wind spell that much, so it's not that wild that I haven't noticed it. We don't need to heal. And he's not really doing a whole lot of damage, so I don't really feel the need to just, like, raise barriers. Trap floor doesn't seem to be doing anything, though. Oh, and I didn't even notice that we learned a second level of Regenera. Yeah, I don't know what to do with Jiro's turn here. I guess I'll just attack. Oh, we're down to the chest now. Okay. So I guess we're just gonna have to destroy, like, every section of this thing. Nice counter, Maro. Then a regular attack. Ah, he's finally busting out the water spells here. That's nothing too concerning. Alright, now we can heal Maro a little bit. We'll do a double wind again. Double wind again. Playing around the lag there. Still got the sweet spot. So what's going to come after chest? Tail? And then that's it? Or will there be something between chest and tail? Okay, another Watera. No problem. Wait, why did Kluk only use Windus one time? Did I miss one of them? Belly. Ah, chest, belly, and then tail. Maybe it's because she killed that section and it couldn't do the second one. That's kind of weird. We'll do a Zephyr here. D-pad trying to betray me. Ooh, nice crit. Morrow is almost at corporeal. There it is. He just hit it. So we'll use that on his next turn. It might not hit, like, the next section because of the way this fight works. You can probably only hit one at a time. But it should kill whatever section that we're on, so... Yeah, we're going to do double Windus again here. Oops. Ah, dang it, the lag got me that time. Okay, that may mean that we just killed that section. Oh, now it's spine. Wow, there's a lot of sections to this thing. Alright, let's do corporeal on it. We know wind works, and we're pretty sure that Morrow's thing is wind. I'll let this play for those of you that haven't seen it before. We haven't done this too many times. Whoo! 2,700. Incredible damage. Alright, now we're on the tail. We finally made it to tail. Another Heala from Morrow. Oh, now he's using Mow Down. See, that would have been a problem if he did that a whole bunch. But now that he's probably almost dead, it's not that big of a deal. Double Windus. Windus fight, am I right? Got him. Alright, another Mow Down. Yeah, if he had just spammed this every turn, he would have been pretty threatening. Maybe he can only do this when he's down to the tail. Maybe his arsenal is based on which part is active. We can do a Zephyr here, just to top off, and because Jiro has no attacking prowess, unless you're a ghost. Okay, nice. We get both Winduses this time. So yeah, that must have been what was happening before. Is she would just happen to kill the active section with the first spell, and then the second spell just wouldn't go off because it couldn't, like, immediately switch to the subsequent section or something. Ding, ding, ding. We got him! Alright, whatever the Kellalon gimmick was clearly not necessary. Might have been cool. Alright, so I assume that this guy is going to give us a ship part. $33,000 gold for that fight? Holy crap. We have so much money. Oh, that's right, because everything's doubling. 2 chests. I was not expecting this. Oh my god. Okay. We got the black device. Which, upon defeat, gives us the black device. That is huge. I was kind of floundering trying to think where we were going to get this. So that's unbelievable. I'm so happy. I'm going to try not to focus too much on this giant shark out here. Where did he go? Oh, man, he's scary. And laser barrier parts, which is going to be a ship upgrade, right? Yep. Okay, so now I need to write this down. So this is C cube. 5F. Or is it 4F? 4F. Doesn't matter. Azure Abyssal Dragon. Sorry, there's no music. Chest. And we got laser barrier parts. Cool. Orange highlighter for all these disc 3 things. Something I'm really happy about that I didn't plan for with the color coding in the notes is like highlighting the same color over the same marker color. Like it could have totally been a thing where like if you highlighted the orange highlighter over the orange marker that you just couldn't read it anymore, which would really suck. And I didn't think about that or plan around it. But luckily, that doesn't happen. Every similar colored highlighter and marker play nice with each other. Oh wait, Maro leveled up and he now has 999 HP. Okay, so we need to remove another accessory from him. Let's see. If we remove this one, he only drops down to 984. Whoa, his HP is getting so high. Okay. The champion's belt also takes away agility, so we would need to give him something back that raises his agility. So let's do that. Let's take that off. I don't care that much about the MP, but I guess I should because MP is his secondary HP bar with an ability that he has. This is perfect, actually. This gives him a ton of speed and more MP. So let's just do that. We'll give him the eye patch. And then once his HP hits 999 again, we'll take this chain off of him. I like what we got going here. Man, the Crown of the King Ghost has made us so unbelievably rich. It's really nice that this is also a good accessory. Very oftentimes when you get an accessory like this in an RPG where you can like double your money or somehow increase your money yield, usually it doesn't do anything else, or it is like otherwise a detriment where it'll like lower a stat or, you know, take away your ability to do a certain thing. So the fact that it's also a good accessory is incredibly friendly. All right, where does this go? Are we not done with this dungeon yet? Or is this just going to be like a warp back to the beginning? Don't like how many sharks there are. There's one more room. Maybe this is just a warp panel that takes you back down. Seems kind of unnecessary, though. Because you could totally just warp out. And we've already gotten such good rewards. Oh, 3 more chests. Okay. Are we going to get... We might get bamboozled here, so I'm going to put my barrier on. Oh! This place is stacked! Mystery part 2! Okay. Also received... Mystery part 2. This completes one of the trios of mystery parts. We now have un, deux, trois. We still have not found, Gamma, though. Infinity Earring. Let's check that out. I think we're 1 away from the full set of Infinity now. I don't think we have Infinity Necklace yet. So huge magic defense and MP. This is another good one for Morrow, potentially. His magic defense is actually really high, though. So maybe we give this to... Oh, we've got to give this to Kluke. Because her... Yeah. Okay, perfect. So instead of being resistant to instant death, she's only going to be resistant to poison, but the rest of this is totally outweighed. Like, this boost to magic defense is unbelievable. 120 points. She needed that so badly. She's going from having the worst magic defense in the party to the best in one fell swoop. And now she has over 700 MP, which is unreal. Her most expensive spell is like 56. And a level 6 Shadowist spell that I think we already had. Wow, this place was incredibly valuable. Holy crap. Okay, so we're going to warp out of here. Where do we want to go? There's not a whole lot of places left on the world map that we... Oop, I accidentally hit the Xbox button. Not a lot of places on the map left that we need to check out. So, there's a couple of these yellow points of interest where we can't tell what the thing is that we need to do. I guess there are 2 of those. I don't remember what that southern one is. What is that southern one? Because the one... Okay, there's 4 yellow stars right now. There's 4. There's Colosso Village for the Blizzard Dragon, most likely. Or something that happens there after the Blizzard Dragon. There's Lal Mountain Camp. Which I don't know what that one's for. There's the one in the bottom left of the map in that big empty space, which is the other floating superstructure where we need the the Mechat flying minigame. And then whatever one is like almost directly south of here, I don't remember what it is. So I'm going to go there and remind myself what that is. I know we've been there. Let's see. What is that town down there? Alumaru. Let's warp down. Oh, it's the Exile Forest. Okay, yeah, and I don't understand why that one is still showing up on the map either. So maybe those are like dragon locations, and we haven't done the thing to like reveal the dragons yet. That would make sense. So the easiest thing that we can do right now is just take care of all of the black barriers. And I guess I shouldn't have left C-Cube, because we have 2 there that we need to take care of. But I guess now that we're out here, maybe this most sensible thing to do will just be to go in the order of what we've written down. Oh, I just hit the mic super hard. Hold on. I'm going to have to unplug and replug that. Okay. Let me know if you hear any weirdness with the mic. We had that yesterday. And sometimes that can happen if I bump it. The cable is a little bit touchy if it gets bumped. Okay, so I'm just gonna go back in my notes here. I guess we also need to go to Jabral and see what the guy says about the mystery parts. He's never actually said anything about the second set. We just read about them in the compendium. So maybe we have to complete the first set before he does anything. Okay, so it looks like, yeah, day 5 is when I started writing these down. Okay, so we're just going to go through here and find all of the black barriers. There we go. First stop, Mural Village. This will be fun. I have a feeling a lot of these are going to be spells that we already have, or accessories that we already have. So I'm not really expecting to see like a whole lot of new stuff from these. I'm more so just excited to check them off. But I'm sure we'll get some new stuff. I'm so happy that we found the black device. Oh. Oh wait, that's not infinity, that's eternity. Eternity earring. Do we have any other eternity accessories? Prevents sleep. Huge bonus to magic defense. And then a little bit of HP and MP. Wow. Is that immediately better than this one for Kluk? No, the infinity is better than eternity. Very similar design, too. It's not that much better. Alright, how about for Zola? Yeah, this works great for Zola. Just kind of some nice boosts across the board. She loses 5 points of defense, but everything else is worth it. I don't think Morrow is going to fare better. Pretty much the same, yeah. And we don't want to give Morrow any HP boosts, really. Oh, this is great for Jiro. He would lose his Petrify resistance and trade it for sleep resistance, which is not quite as good, but I think everything else is worth it. Yeah, that works. We'll give it to Jiro. Okay. Eternity Earring. I did not leave a good amount of room for myself on that one to write that item name. Where are we going next? Ancient Factory. Northwest branch door black. Okay, I know exactly where this is. This is so satisfying to just like literally go through a list of things and cross them off. Like there's the satisfaction of crossing things off a list, but there's also the satisfaction of like something that you did work for up front paying off. I'm also just going to take all this SP while I'm here. We don't really need it, but because I haven't been leveling up my character levels, this is the best way for me to continue to get stat boosts. Is just by ranking up. And I'll do this for any place that we revisit. Maybe I won't necessarily clear it out entirely, but like everything that's kind of in my way along the way to wherever I'm going. Oh, I forgot that the controller rumbles during this part. I don't remember that. I feel like I haven't felt this controller rumble ever. But I don't think that's true. I think there was like a lot of rumble during several of the cutscenes, but it feels so new to me for right now. Alright. Yeah, one of these doors has a black chest inside, I'm pretty sure. But I don't know how to tell which one of them is northwest. Oh, here it is. It's the door itself, not actually a chest. And inside we have 2 chests, but we're also going to have a bunch of things to examine. Pick up a couple more nothings. Can you examine these little vents? No, that's a different dungeon. Man, the planning and organization required just to create this system of, like, being able to examine all these random objects is so fascinating. Like this one especially. Like, you can examine each of these 3 pipes and the vent on either side. But then, like, this big thing, just 1 examination. This big thing over here that's 4 independent pistons, just 1 examine. You know, like, just figuring out all of that stuff and, like, coding it and figuring out where each little item or yield is going to go and all that is, it just kind of blows my mind a little bit. Shoes of Hermes and Renew Earring. I think that's new. We have a Renew Ring that we got. Shoes of Hermes is not new. I know we have Belt of Hermes as well, but I don't think I think Shoes of Hermes is the one that guarantees you go first. Yeah, you always go first by wearing this, but it doesn't do anything else. That's a really good item. Well, it gives you wind resistance. I was wrong about that. And then the other one was Resist Earring. Or Renew Earring, sorry. Resist all elemental damage and all status elements? Oh my god. Okay, we have to give this to Morrow. No matter what. Oh, this is unbelievable. Okay, the reason why we want to give him this is because he jumps in front of every physical attack, so he's much more susceptible to status ailments than everybody else. I'm still assuming that resistance is not the same thing as immunity. It could be a translation thing. So I'm gonna still have him with the ballet shoes for now, which also says it gives you resistance to status altering attacks. So maybe that's redundant and unnecessary, but in the event that it's not, I'm going to just leave it as is for now. And he's hit 999 HP again, so I'm going to remove this eye patch. Or no, I'm going to remove the chain. And give him something else. Oh, we have the full set of belly button rings now. Slay. Okay. Let's see here. We are interested in increasing his MP, though. Because that's basically a second HP bar for him. I guess that doesn't really work, though, because the way that works is, like, if he gets hit with an attack when he has... Like, let's say he gets hit with an attack that does 100 damage, and he only has 75 HP. It'll take him down to 1 HP, and then subtract the rest from his MP. But... if he gets hit again while he still has 1 HP, it doesn't continue to subtract from his MP bar. So, I guess we don't really need to, like, stratosphere his MP. The only scenario there would be like if he got hit with an attack that did like 1,500 damage when he's at full health. I'm assuming that if the attack depletes all of his HP and MP, he dies, but I don't know. we haven't seen that happen. So we have agility here. Agility's good for him. What's everybody else's agility? Shu is actually the slowest. 50% EXP for the lay. Whoa. Resist all elements and gain 50% EXP. Oh my god. Well, we need to give this to Zola and Kluk to catch them up to everybody else. But I don't really want anybody wearing this long term. We could, like, pass it around if we find out that we need to grind character levels at some point. So yeah, I guess I'll just give him something that increases agility and maybe does one other thing. But it doesn't need to increase status or elemental resist, because we've doubled up on both of those, I think. Man, Morrow is so, like, stacked for this role that he has. He jumps in front of every physical attack, and then he has a chance to instantly kill somebody that attacks him physically. He resists all elements and status. He has absolutely gargantuan defense. I guess we really don't need this either, huh? Because this is just giving him double SP and then 50... Well, I guess 35 agility is yeah, 35 agility and 50 MP is worth keeping on. For now. We can give him some more agility. But I think we have something that increases agility and does something else. But maybe not. Oh, or we could give him, like, absorption. That's an interesting idea. Just to further enhance his abilities. I don't know how much elemental magic we're going to get hit with, but this could be a good play for him, because he's just, like, so stacked otherwise that he doesn't really need as much of supplement in his special accessories as the other characters do. Well, this gives 60 agility. Wow. I kind of want to give that to Shu, actually. I'd rather Shu be faster than Morrow, than the other way around. I don't know about the elemental absorption thing. I think I'll have to just have that be, like, situational. Like, maybe the ice attack that the Blizzard Dragon uses is water elemental, and we could just give Morrow this, and then he becomes invincible. That's something that we can try when we go back to that. But not necessarily like a long-term play. Maybe we just leave him with an open slot for that reason. I'll just give him these cross-trainers for now. And then Shu, what do you got going on here, dude? Prevent instant KO. This is really not that valuable for him. This is probably more valuable for him just because of the elemental damage, because his magic defense isn't as good as everybody else's. So maybe I'll take these off and give him the Belt of Hermes. So that he can get faster. Because he doesn't care about this MP loss. Now he's not the slowest character. Now he's the fastest character. Okay, good. Zola has the elemental resistance too. That's good. She might want to drop these though. Because it's not doing a whole lot for her. So maybe we'll give her the lay. She'll lose 30 HP, but this is temporary. We can just do this until she gets up to level 42. Or, you know, the same level as everyone else. And then we can do the same for Kluke. And then figure out some new accessory for her. Obviously my characters don't need to be the same level, but it's very satisfying if they are. Okay, I don't need to backtrack out of here. We can just warp. Where are we going next? Mecha Base. There's a bunch in Mecha Base. I don't think we can warp to Mecha Base, though. I think we have to warp to Patch S. Yeah. And then fly there. No big deal. Let's see. Mecha Base, 1F. And then we're into the second notebook. That's the last one in Notebook 1. I'm excited that the next RPG playthrough will be all in one notebook. It's an exciting milestone to complete the notebook and move on to a second one, but having to go back and forth to like reference stuff kind of sucks. I also need to get some type of like protector to file this one away in once I'm done. I need to not do that yet because I have to keep referencing it, but once I'm done like digitizing it, I can like file it away in a more permanent fashion. All right. Okay, there's going to be enemies all over this place. This is the first floor elevator room, which is going to be very easy to find, but I think there's more black barrier stuff in here. That might be closer to the top. Devour Forest. Lal Mountain Camp. Colosso. Oh, they're both on the third floor. Okay, we don't have to go all the way back up. Nice. Cool. I can handle that. Alright, so we can just go straight ahead here. I'm not going to go out of my way to pick up SP. We'll probably get some while we're here. He's chasing me around and I'm trying to find him. Should have just stopped moving. We did discover that you can kind of just find a spot on the overworld and just stand there with no hands on the controller, and enemies will just spawn and run into you. So that would be a very effective farming technique for SP if it ever comes to it. It's kind of nice that it kind of supplements leveling up, since classing up does raise your stats. Alright, another pair of ballet shoes. Still don't know for sure if that functions the exact same way as a ribbon, or if it's just like 50% resistance, and maybe it stacks with another pair. Okay, now we need to go up to the third floor here. More dusties on the controller. It never seems like the sticks are getting closer to having no more coating on them, but the stuff just keeps coming off. It's like an endless fountain. Okay, I'm just gonna YOLO this. This is very messy, but it's gonna be the fastest way. All right. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Alright, up to the 3rd floor. I don't know if this elevator room is going to be the one that we immediately land in, or if it's the elevator room from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor. I didn't specify that in my notes. Maybe it's both, because I wrote down 2 chests. Oh wait, never mind. Neither of these are the elevator room. Okay, so there's the Spellcaster Atrium and the Northwestern Node. Got it. Okay, it's been recent enough. This was just yesterday that we were here, so I do remember where these are. So this is the Southwestern Node right here. And then this is going to lead me to the Central Node, which is where this first one's going to be. The Spellcaster was a boss that we fought in this big atrium. And there it is. There he is. What do we got? Another Belt of Hermes. I also like the redundancy of this. It'd be a little bit overwhelming if every single one of these sealed chests was a different item. And a lot of these really good accessories were like one of one. It's kind of nice that there's more than one way to get a lot of these. And they're, you know, they're not for sale. You have to do something to earn them or find them or get lucky or whatever. But it's still nice that there's more than one. And then, of course, if you are super thorough, getting multiples of them is like its own reward. I like that choice over just making them all different. Eternity Bracelet. I think that's the last one to complete the set. Wonder if there's any hidden set bonuses. I hadn't even considered that until just now. That's a thing in a lot of RPGs where there's armor sets that all have like the same name and similar abilities. Or maybe like symbiotic abilities. And there'll be like hidden bonuses if you wear all the pieces of that set. Making a physical attack restores 30 MP. Okay, so this is mostly about boosting physical attack. Not a good deal for Shu. Jiro doesn't use physical attack, neither does Kluk. What does Morrow think? Oh, this is great for Morrow. So he would lose his ability to like randomly kill certain types of enemies, but he's got so many other things going for him, it doesn't really matter. He doesn't really need the boost to his magic attack. Or really the MP, probably. But everything else about it is good. I guess the best character for this is probably Zola, so let's see how it looks on her first. So she loses a little bit of magic defense. We can supplement that when she's done with the lay. This is a better fit for Zola than Morrow, so let's give it to her. Because she benefits from the magic attack and the MP as well. She has significantly less MP than Morrow, and she actually uses her MP. So let's do that. If we can find something for her that raises MP and magic defense, that would be fantastic to replace the lay with. Okay, we're done here. And now we're going to go to Devour Forest. Yep. Haven't been there in a bit. That song rips. I love a slow, sludgy rock song. I'm a sucker for a sludgy riff. Okay. Oh yeah, we can make some more cookies while we're here too. Perfect. And I think we only have enough to make 2. Yeah. Cool, that worked out nicely. Devour Forest near Devour Village side entrance. Alright. Luckily we don't have to go too deep into this place because it's kind of a nightmare. It's pretty confusing. Hopefully it doesn't take too long to find it. Hello, airship. Okay, and we will need the barrier in here. Because there were a lot of jumpers and bamboozlers in here. Is it like right here? Nice. Ribbon? Hold on. Is just a flat-out ribbon a real thing in this game? After all this time? Or does it just have the same name and do something completely different? There it is. Resists all elemental damage and status ailments. Also gives 50 HP and 75 MP. So, okay, let's compare these descriptions. Resists all elemental damage and all status ailments. That's the exact same description. Okay, well, given that Final Fantasy created the ribbon, I'm gonna trust that this description actually means full immunity. For whatever that means. So I actually think that we can give this to another character. And that also means that we can get rid of the ballet shoes for Morrow and give him something else. And I feel more confident that we're doubling up on status immunity for him. The next best character to give status immunity to is going to be Jiro, because he's our healer. I think I'm going to replace this black belt with that. So now, instead of just resisting elemental damage, he's going to resist elemental damage and status, plus he gets the HP MP bonus, which is fantastic for him. He's in the 900s now, which is huge. This will probably still keep for the MP bonus, but there might be a world where we end up giving this to Zola. He's not benefiting from the wind resistance anymore. So yeah, we'll have to pay close attention to anything. So like this, giving him sleep resistance is not important anymore, but the stat bonuses are still outclassing all the other earrings. So we'll keep him with those. But like this isn't giving him wind resistance. This isn't giving him wind resistance. We're just paying attention to the stat bonuses here, so we'll have to keep that in mind. I don't think we're going to beat Belt of Hermes for speed, though. It's probably the best speed boosting item in the game, so we might just allow that redundancy. And I don't think we're going to do better than 100 MP either. Okay, sick. That was a great item to find, not just because it's useful, but also because it kind of helped us suss some information out. Very cool. That might be a 1 of 1. Okay, now we're going to the Lao Mountain Sheep Tribe camp. I forgot about this song. This song is so good. Very Godfather-y with the tremolo nylon guitar. Where is it? There it is. And I'm going to talk to the fortune teller lady while we're here. Ooh, this one's a missile part upgrade. Interesting. Okay. So that might be what the yellow star is for here. Missile upgrade part B. Okay, I'm actually going to go forward in my notes and write that down again. And maybe that's also the one that's in Exile Forest. Okay. And it could also be the Colosso Village one. Wow, okay, things are coming together here. But because it's a ship part, I want to write it down in my other formatting as well, so it's a bit redundant, but that's okay. So Lal Mountain Camp. Black Barrier Chest. Missile upgrade part B. Okay, so let's look at the map. I should have known. It's hard to see when you're standing on top of it. Let's talk to the fortune teller lady real quick. Three black chests left. Does that match with my count? One in Exile Forest, one in Colosso. And that's it. So there's one more in an area that we haven't been to yet, or I missed it. But there's also the two barriers in the sea cube, which she doesn't count. She only counts the chests specifically. But I want to open them all. So let's go to Exile Forest next. Alumaru is going to be the closest. We might have to fight this boss again, which is annoying. Apparently it can just respawn because it's so low level. Okay, let's look at the map real quick. Yes! Okay, the Lal Mountain Camp Star has changed colors. It's a little hard to see. It's harder to see than the others because it's right on top of the little silver diamond for the warp device. But that pretty much confirms it. So the yellow stars are just upgrade parts. Which is kind of interesting because we're going to utilize them, presumably, to get into one of the places where another one of them is stored. I feel like there's a very good chance that that's where the last black chest is, too. Because it'll be another, you know, decently sized dungeon like the sea cube that we just did. But we'll still do that last. This is exciting. I'm feeling good. Feeling good about all this. The way things are coalescing and coming together is fantastic. Very, very good for my brain. Also, I'm trying to think if I've ever... Actually, I think I can confidently say that I have not ever 100%ed an RPG playthrough on stream. And I don't know the degree to which that we will play this game. I don't know if that will be considered 100%. But it definitely feels way more completion-y than any of the other playthroughs that I've done. Okay, we've got an ad starting in just about a minute. I gotta fight this guy again. That's really annoying. Apparently he's just a regular enemy. He's so weak. Oh, and of course Kluk is the one character who's too slow. I wish I could just rip Groundus. They would all die. Okay, I'm gonna run the next ad break. And we'll be back in a few minutes. Enjoy Mario Party if you get to see it. Be back in a few minutes. Vote in that Sunday poll in the Discord if you haven't yet. Today's the last day. Okay, I'm back. But I have a little snack that I'm going to eat here. I'm going to eat this banana. It's a little green leaning, but I don't mind. If I had to choose between a banana that's leaning slightly green versus slightly brown, I could kind of go either way depending on my mood. But if I had to choose between two bananas that were either hard leaning green or hard brown, I would choose the green one every time. I do not mind a green banana. And I think I'm definitely more sensitive to when they go brown. Because they start to get, like, really, like, alcohol coated. I've always failed to describe this, but when I was a kid, I would always be like, oh, it tastes like a Sharpie. And people would look at me weird. But, like, it kind of does. It's, like, fumey. It's pungent. Whereas, like, a banana that's underripe, it's kind of, like, fibrous. Which is not great. It's not as good as a, you know, perfectly ripe yellow banana. But I would take it over the mushy nightmare of the brown banana. But if it's just got, like, those first couple of brown spots on it, I'm down with that. And if it's just, like, a little bit green at the stem, that's kind of what that one was. I'm down with that, too. Yeah, bananas are a very, like... You know what? I'm gonna draw a line in the sand here and say that you heard it here first. Bananas are the most personal fruit. I feel like just about any other fruit, there is like a universally agreed upon sweet spot of ripeness that would not be heavily or at all disputed. I can't think of one. But bananas, everybody feels a little bit differently, and they are valid to do so. So it makes bananas very special. Banana, I'll say it again. Bananas are the most personal fruit. I'm sticking to it. Your mom only likes them green. Interesting. I do kind of have a soft spot for a green banana, but there's no world, like, there's not like a mood that you could catch me in where I'm gonna prefer a green banana to a perfectly ripe yellow one. I'm always gonna prefer the perfectly yellow banana to any other banana. That's always gonna be the best banana, no matter what mood you catch me in, or whatever. But I do have a soft spot for the green-ish banana. Like, I would only eat a completely green banana if I was, like, desperate. But if I was at the same level of desperation, I would not eat a fully brown banana. You know, if I'm, like, starving, and there's a fully green, or, like, an almost fully brown banana, I'm taking the green one. 10 times out of 10. 100 times out of 100. I'm taking the green one. Because it's gonna be more filling, and it's gonna taste better. Like, there's technically more banana there. Like, if we assume that the bananas are the same size. And I use bananas to make my weekly oatmeal. And I let those go a little bit further past where I would eat like a plain banana. Yeah, I let them go speckled. That's a good descriptor. They're still like 70% yellow. That's kind of my limit. If we're like 50-50 yellow and brown, it's very unlikely that I'm going to eat that banana or even use it for anything. And I know you're supposed to use like... Yeah, I know you're supposed to let the bananas go like black in the freezer for like banana bread and stuff. But I don't know about all that. I think it's perfectly fine to use like a speckled banana or a 50-50. I'm almost done snacking. All right. That was excellent. But it's also kind of like out of sight, out of mind for me. Like whenever we make like banana muffins or banana bread or whatever, it's usually the lady making it, and I don't really see the final state of the banana that goes into it. So that helps me. But that's definitely like the move. Like if you were planning to eat the bananas by themselves and they like kind of sneakily over ripen when you're not looking, that's what you got to do, right? It's like, well, I can't eat this banana by itself and enjoy it now, but I can still turn it into, you know, oatmeal or muffins or bread or whatever. Okay. Pause the party. This song is so familiar to me, but I do not remember this board at all. Okay, back to this noisy boss screen. Actually, let's just do ground here. That might be strong enough to... Yeah, let's just do this. Oh, dang it, I held that a little bit too long. Can I mow down these guys in the front? They're not the ones that are going next. Oh, dang it. Screwed that up a little bit. I wanted Zola to charge ground as much as possible, but still go before all these little guys. To try and kill them all before they got to do anything. But that's okay. They didn't poison us. No big deal. Alright, get him out of here. The amount of time that we were idled in that battle because I was on an ad break versus how long it actually took is really funny. Alright, Zola's level 41 now. Getting that double EXP. So if my theory is correct, this is going to be a ship part. Yes. Yes, dude. Okay, so exile... Forest. Black barrier chest. This one is the lock-on upgrade part B. The ones that have this A and B, I'm not sure what to think of. Are they like two different options? Are they two parts of one whole? You know, like, is this going to be two different paths that I can take towards upgrading my lock-on abilities? Or am I just behooved to turn them both on because it's going to give me the most lock-on possible? There were descriptions in, like, the Mechat shop, or whatever it was called, so... I'm expecting that information to become more apparent. Okay, now we're gonna go to... Oh yeah, I need to write this down in two places. Lock-on upgrade part B. Now we're going to go to Colosso. I believe there were two chests here. And I bet only one of them is the ship part. That's right, this song is so peppy. It's like water park music. Alright. So this one's just a barrier with regular chests behind it. It's weird how sometimes it doesn't take it. Oh, what is this? An aurora droplet? Fruit of ancient knowledge. The power of magic is the power of the shadow. The light in one's heart creates the shadow. When light reaches its peak, shadows take form. That power harmonizes all shadow classes. It is then determined by the magical power remaining in the person. What? What does that mean? Does that mean that something happens when you learn all the classes? Coding Part B. That's probably the ship part. Eternal Engine Necklace. Okay. So actually that means there's 2 black sealed chests that we haven't found yet, according to the fortune teller. Let's check this accessory. Oh, you're getting your hair lopped off tomorrow. That is a big deal. What is it, a necklace? Huge defense boost. Okay, what's Morrow got on? Oh, it's way worse. And we do still have this Kellalon strategy just kind of hanging out. For a rainy day, I guess. Okay, so that, other than the 2 walls that aren't going to give us anything in the C cube, those are all of the black seals known to us. And the rest still lie ahead. Let me write down the ship part. Colosso Village. We'll call this chest behind black wall. And that was coding part A, I believe, or B. Coding part B. We haven't found A. I wonder if that's like a paint job. That'd be kind of fun. The ship is already the best color, yellow, but it would still be cool to see what the other colors are. As much as I like yellow, I don't really care for yellow vehicles. Reminds me too much of like construction equipment and school buses, even though that's like a very specific. What does this thing mean? The power of magic is in the power of the shadow. The light in one's heart creates the shadow. When light reaches its peak, shadows take form. That power harmonizes all shadow classes. It is then determined by the magical power remaining in the person. Yeah, that's kind of the same color I'm thinking of, Kiki. Like, I kind of think of school buses and construction equipment as being kind of like a mac and cheese color. It's not exactly the same, but that's kind of what I think of. Okay, we're going to go back to the C cube here. There's 2 walls that are blocking paths. And I misspoke. One of them is going to give us something. But the other one, we were able to get to the other side of it on our own. So maybe this will be another ship part. I can't tell if this this yellow star is turned back orange, turned back to mac and cheese color or not. We'll find out. We just have to make it through floor 2 of this place one more time. Okay, so I was just here, I just did this. I'm gonna try to remember the good path. I think I want to go straight here, because that arrow. Hopefully this is the one that takes me up to the 3rd floor. Nope, that's the wrong one. Okay. Got me the same way last time. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, no you don't. So something might happen when everybody has all the classes unlocked, which means they have to reach level 50. I don't remember you being here. It's kind of weird. I think I went the wrong way. I don't remember passing by this guy either, though. Definitely didn't pass through you. Maybe I just took the wrong teleporter to floor 2, and I'm in, like, the wrong part of floor 2 to get to floor 3. Because we definitely didn't have this hard of a time. We didn't have to do any encounters on the way up. I know that. Okay, hopefully this takes me up to the 3rd floor. Dang it. Okay. So does this mean I have to go back to the 1st floor? We never really figured this out the first time. I was like on the verge of saying, okay, I'm going to map this place out. But then we just kind of stumbled our way through. And it was also like the end of stream. I gotta go turn the AC on. Okay, so is there another way I can go from here? Or is this a dead end? That's what I need to figure out. We're in that part of Texas Spring where, like, you have to have the heat on at night and in the morning, and then switch to AC during the day. Okay, I think this is the teleporter back to 2. And I think straight across from here is the teleporter back to 1. So maybe I will just go back to 1 and then take the other teleporter to 2. That might be easier. I thought I went left this, not this morning, at the beginning of the stream. I thought I went left on floor 1. But maybe I went right. I don't know what those arrows on the minimap are supposed to mean. We've never seen them before, and they're not consistent at all. Hello? Pokédoll! Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? Welcome in. How are we doing, everybody? Pokédoll, great to see you. How was the stream today? What were you getting up to? Oolong, welcome in. Nice to see you. Welcome in, Raiders. No one, how's it going? If y'all haven't met me before, I'm Austin. The channel is Backlog Boys. I'm a boy trying to clear his backlog. I have a big wall of games behind me that I've enjoyed collecting and playing over the years, and hopefully someday I can beat them all before I die. Or I'll literally die trying. If you're a collector too and that interests you, you can type !backlog in the chat. We can be friends on Backlogged. Or you can look at my beautiful spreadsheet of my collection. We are playing Blue Dragon for the first time. And I am, like, basically at the end of the game. But you don't need to run away right away for spoilers, necessarily, because we're not really doing story stuff. Just depends on what your level of filter is for spoilers, I guess. We're doing what I like to call the roundup. We're very clearly right before the end, and there's a bunch of like optional stuff that has opened up, and we're kind of just running around and collecting things and getting items and lore and blah blah blah. But this has been a really, really good game. I'm super, super enjoying it. We're approaching the 100-hour mark. It's been a nice, long, cushy playthrough. Took you 10 minutes to do a raid. You're on the struggle bus. That's okay. Doing your first Dark Souls run today. Oh my god, you're very brave for doing that, Pokédoll. I have zero plans to ever play any type of Souls game or Souls-like game. It is like very much like an Austin repellent type of gameplay loop. I like very linear games, and some people will tell you that those are linear games. I don't think so. I've watched so many people stream Souls games and Souls-like games, and I feel like I have no concept whatsoever of how those people can tell where they're supposed to go. And I don't like glowing beacon games, but I don't mind a mini-map and a perceivable boundary. I'm a big fan, actually. That's a big part of it for me, is just I don't feel like I would know where to go. And then another part of it is just like I really don't like having to redo things. I didn't play like Mega Man or any like action platformers as a kid, so like the idea of like playing a level and then getting to a boss and then having to like learn the boss's pattern and like react to a bunch of stuff and be super patient and then die to the boss and then do the level again and then get to the boss again so that you can execute the part of the pattern that you learned until you get to a new part of the pattern and then learn that part of the pattern, die again. Like, that gameplay loop was not introduced to me as a kid, and so I just really don't want that. Like, I consider myself a pretty tenacious gamer, and I will do a lot of really tedious and dumb things for the sake of enjoyment or, because I hate myself. But that is just not one of them for me. So I think anybody who plays Souls games has a very special bravery to them. No one convinced you to set a follower goal. Ah, and if you reached it, you had to play Dark Souls. You somehow agreed to this. Sounds like no one got you. Big time. Tangled Yarn has the potential to be a straight line. I think I know what you're going for there, no one. You hate trial and error gameplay? Yeah, there's certainly a sweet spot for me. It depends on a lot of different things. But in that kind of a setting, I don't want trial and error at all. But I also have this, I have this aversion to certain games that I recognize is very irrational and unfounded. But there's this large breadth of what I like to call third-person action games, where despite how different I know that they are supposed to be on paper, they all just kind of get lumped together for me. And Souls games are in that for me, where it's just like I'm a guy, the camera's behind me, and I'm fighting stuff. You know, there's Souls, all the Souls-like games, and then there's like the new God of War formula, and there's like anything that's like Uncharted, like those. I know that those are all very different games, but they also at the same time feel very similar to me in the way that like all platformers might feel very similar to somebody who doesn't like them. So there's a lot working against me when it comes to Souls games. Yeah, I wouldn't do well with the frustration. When you finally figure it out and you get past a hurdle at such a high. Yeah, and I do believe that. Okay, it's not a ship part, it's a renew bracelet. It's me, I'm the platformer hater. Thank you for being honest, Kiki. Okay, so we did actually get an item for this. Renew bracelet. I take notes on pen and paper because I find it fun. I have a color coding system. I got all these different markers and highlighters that I use to organize things. Right now, most of my notes are just like keeping track of when and where and what for like items, and like maybe something to like check out later if I can't check it out right away. But I also do like story analysis and plot summary because I only play these games 2 days a week, and a lot of it is just me needing to refresh my memory on what happened the last time I played the game and like what we're working on. But it also kind of helps me digest the plot if we're playing like a really plot-heavy game like Final Fantasy Tactics or Xenosaga or something like that. Okay, now we just need to go up to the 4th floor and dispel a barrier. And this barrier, I don't think is actually going to give us anything, because if I recall correctly, we were able to circumnavigate that floor and get behind it. And get the stuff that was behind it, but the barrier itself is just still there. And so it will please me to remove it. Megabonk is a silly little game. That one would overwhelm me in a completely different way. I also get very overwhelmed by like open world non-linear games. Like if a game tells me that I can do whatever I want or that I can go anywhere, it like makes me angry. I want to be like, I don't want this in my real life, but in my video games, I want to be told exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. And if there's stuff that I can do off the beaten path that's not that, that's great. I love you know, side quests and all that kind of stuff. But as long as I know where that like looming objective is and I can like, you know, orbit it and decide to engage with it when I'm ready, that's my preferred design ethos. But games that have like amoebic or just no objectives whatsoever, that's not good for me. Okay, we have dispelled all the black barriers that we know of. Now we need to decide what to do next. We can go to the scientist guy in Jabral and see what he says about the mystery parts. I'm very confident that we don't have 1,800 nothings, so we don't need to go check that while we're in Jabral. I guess we could stop by the cafe again and see if we get some new dialogue. We need to go to the ship upgrade place and put all the upgrades on and see what we can learn there. And then we'll probably want to do the mini game that gets us into that other dungeon and see what that's all about. So let's warp out. And let's go to Lal. You also like to take notes on games? Yeah, shout out note takers. Depends on the game. Thank you for the raid again, Pokédoll. I appreciate it. Y'all go follow Pokédoll. Enjoy your lurk. Enjoy One Piece. And yes, I'm looking forward to our little event. I actually haven't even announced that to the community yet. But I will be doing that soon. It's going to be a fun time. I'm looking forward to it. Where is the entrance? Over here. Look at that. Y'all just got a little sneak preview. There's a special stream on the horizon. Stay tuned. Okay. And then we're going to go right in here. The Mechat dock, not the Mechat shop. Get some service here. I guess it's not primarily yellow. It's yellow on the bottom. Clock Tower is definitely a note-taking game. Okay, so they both do the same thing, and you can just double up. That makes sense. Enhances a Mechat's durability. Okay, so we're not changing the appearance. Protect Mechat against 5 ring laser attacks. Yeah, obviously we want all of these. Enhanced! Oh, okay, I didn't understand this last time. I thought it was just a toggle. So maybe it's permanent. Hopefully if we find more, we can still add them. The number of simultaneous missile lock-ons has increased. 8 lock-ons at once. Missile capacity has increased. You can now have up to 16. Endurance has increased. You now have a laser barrier. You can now deflect 5 attacks from a ring laser. Your machine gun will no longer overheat. Your machine gun's attack strength has increased. Leave the Mechat dock? No. Okay, so once you plug these in, you cannot undo them. Okay, so what happens if I go back in? I'm very curious about that. Like, I don't see any reason why you'd want to take these off, other than just to give yourself back the extra challenge or difficulty. But the structure of this is just kind of odd. Yeah, so we can just see the ones that we've gotten. But I think we can reasonably assume that there's at least one more, because one of them we have found a B, but not an A. Let's look at the map here. So the only yellow dot left is the one out in the ocean. And we have to use our ship to get in there. So presumably that's where the last part is. And then all that will be left after that is the purple star in the northwest. Before we go to the place in the southwest of the map, let's warp to Gibraltar and go talk to the scientist guy. Need to find somewhere I can land. Oh, come on. It's got to be the, like, biggest, most wide open space. There we go. Okay, to Gibraltar. Okay, I'm gonna go in the castle first. Then we'll come out and we'll talk to Meg. And I guess we could at least just get an update from the Nothing Man. I know we don't have 1800, but we could just see where we're at. And maybe, you know what? I'm also going to talk to King Gibraltar. Because it seems really weird that he wouldn't say anything about this giant floating superstructure that's right outside his balcony. Maybe we haven't talked to him since it was there. I think he's up one more floor. Yeah, he's up one more floor. There's not a whole lot of places left for things to be. The main thing I'm wondering about is my warp key count. Because I think we still have 4 warp keys. But there's only, like, one location that we're headed towards that's probably going to have one. And then maybe there's one for the crater. So where are the other 2? How splendid to see all 5 of you like this. That's all he says? Okay. Whatever, man. Glad we made the trip. We also haven't finished one of the book stories. So those 2 things together, the warp keys and the one story that we haven't finished, makes me feel like there's another town somewhere. And then obviously we have these other 3 dragons that we don't know where they are. I'm assuming there's got to be some type of hint associated with the dragons, and they're not something that you just randomly stumble upon. But I suppose that's a possibility. We've defeated one, and we know where a second one is. But we don't know where the other 3 are. I guess these mystery parts could be dragons. And then maybe we've accounted for 4 of them. Alright, let's see what he says. Sir, I think these 3 mystery items are the common parts. Let me see. Alright, we give him the un, deux, trois. Success! The mysterious item you brought us is actually this. Be careful, this is part of advanced technology that destroyed the ancients. Final war necklace. Okay. We brought the un, deux, trois mystery parts to the Mad Chief Researcher. Oh, this blue marker is really going out. And received Final War necklace. The lore in the compendium made it sound like a super boss was going to be associated with these. But maybe that means that now that we've assembled that ancient technology, a dragon has appeared. Let's go into the accessories menu and read about it. Final War necklace. I'm assuming these are going to be in order by category. Bracelet, ring, earring. Okay. Here we go. Final War necklace. Has powers that resist all elemental damage. Oh, I gotta go... Sorry, I gotta go to Encyclopedia. Then accessories. Maybe we should have been doing this from the beginning to find out about the status stuff. Actually, I'm gonna read about... Hold on. Sorry, I'm gonna get sidetracked here. This is a ring that Shu made for Kluk. A close examination reveals a rough inscription. Cheer up, Kluk. I'll always be there to protect you. Jiro says, I'll always be by your side. You can always confide in me. Definitely slightly more romantic. This ring has been passed down in the royal family of Jabral. It holds strange powers and has been guarded by the royal family. Despite countless struggles, the current King Jabral has bestowed it upon Zola. Very matter of fact. Okay, Final War Necklace. Oh, what is the Sun Necklace? Nuclear reaction energy. Oh, that's the one that allows Morrow to jump in front of everything. This necklace is part of the ultimate weapon. It was used in the final war that wiped out the ancients. It possesses a power that should not exist in this world. It was ultimately split into 3 parts and sealed away. Huh. The ultimate weapon. What the heck does that mean? So it resists all elemental damage, and it gives a huge boost to a bunch of things. Defense, HP. Holy crap. I think we got to give this to Kluk. Because she needs it the most. We want her to be the fastest character. This catches her up on HP tremendously. And then she needs the defenses too. I mean, I guess she doesn't need magic defense if she resists all elemental damage. Maybe there's some magic that's non-elemental. I don't really know how that works in this game. Okay, I also want to look at the ribbon and the other accessories in the compendium. See if I can get a little bit more clarity. Because now that that says resist all elemental damage, it was worded a little bit differently than some of the other ones. Bunmama. It is said this patch was once worn by the fabled pirate Bunmama. He once ruled over an empire of the sea of his own making. The wearer's skills, agility, and magic power will increase more rapidly. If you're inclined to give it a taste, it's a bit salty. Oh, God. Crown of the King Ghost. Very cool. Gem of Jabral. We know about that one. Where's Black Belt? Here we go. It will grant resistance to all elemental attacks. Okay. But that doesn't mean immunity. Oh, a chain worn by biker gangs. Interesting. It feels great to go full throttle in a mech-at. Why is that in there? I guess that's because it's like biker culture. That's funny. These protect against all elemental damage. Is that the same as providing resistance? I feel like the people who wrote the dialogue in this game are different than the people who wrote the item descriptions. This item has been unearthed in ancient ruins ever since the final war. It's a relic of a time when magic was used for constructive purposes. It protects the wearer from all elemental and status attacks. That seems very clear. Okay, where's the ballet shoes? I want to compare that against the... oh, I forgot about these. These are still in here. That's kind of cool. We don't have access to those anymore. They were temporary. Okay, let's find ballet shoes. Here we go. Ah! That's what I was looking for. These can protect the wearer from all status ailments. Okay, perfect. So it's not status immunity, it is just resistance. And we don't know if using 2 pairs of ballet shoes is the same as a ribbon. I'm going to assume that it's not. Because it's not like status resistance plus 50%. That's a little bit different, you know? Okay, and then Morrow has the Renew earring. So I want to read this. I would need to read the description of the Renew earring. It protects the wearer from all status ailments and all elemental attacks. Okay, so that has me inclined to believe that it's the same as the ribbon. Cool. Now what do you say? Alright. Nothing helpful. So we got to figure out where this mystery part gamma is. With how fruitful the C cube was, I think it's reasonable to assume that the other floating superstructure dungeon will be similarly fruitful. Do 2 ballet shoes make up a ribbon? Yeah. But I think that's where we're at. I think that's pretty much all that's left. We're hoping that there are 2 more black sealed chests in there, and 1 more ship part. And then the only other thing is the dragons. If a dragon awakened because we just did that, we weren't given any information about it. Apparently this machine's going to be ready to fly in 5 years. How did I miss that? Oh, wow. An examine. It was only 10 gold, though, so... not crucial. Can you imagine, though, like, if there was an achievement or some kind of, like, retro achievement for every single examinable object, and you were just trying to, like, scour this entire game for, like, the handful that you missed, with no way to checklist it? Okay, we know about field barrier. I'm just seeing if maybe one of these guys will talk about a dragon. Okay, I'm just going to make a quick little list here. Remaining things that we know about. We have the 5 dragons. We have possible level 50 all classes unlocked bonus, question mark. We have well, we have this last we have well, I'll just write ship parts. Ship parts. Let me go back to Lal and get an updated count. I believe it's 2, but let's see what she says. Oh, that bubbling soup noise. It's kind of a lot. Sneeze came out of nowhere. Okay, is it 2, ma'am? Yes. Okay, so 2 black chests. Five dragons, 2 black chests, possible level 55 bonus or level 50 bonus, ship parts. Oh, and then mystery part gamma. Mystery part gamma. Those are the only things I can think of that are still outstanding. And I still think that there's a strong possibility we're going to find at least one more ship part in that yellow star, because that's what they seem to be associated with. And the 2 black chests are probably either in there or in the final dungeon. And Mystery Park Gamma might be in there too. We also don't know that there's a final dungeon. This could be one of those games where you just walk right into like a final boss. What is the closest warp location to there? Forest of the Dead. But I still feel pretty confident. I'm going to write this down under remaining things. One more town, question mark? Because what is my warp key count? 3. 3 warp keys. So if there's one for the place that we're about to go to, and there's one in the final area, whether it's a dungeon or whatever, that still leaves one more. And I guess it's a possible... It could be like a post-game area, you know, that's not available right now. Oh, okay, this is annoying. This warp key point is like way deep into the dungeon. Okay, we're gonna warp to the forest camp instead. I guess there's also a possibility that something will happen when we've visited all the yellow star places. I hadn't considered that until just now. Like, once we get all the ship parts, something might happen. Alright. So we're going over here to this big ol' scary Mega Man looking place. And I'm going to run the next ad break here. This will actually be the last ad break of the day. And then we're going to get stuck into whatever this is. We know that we have to do a flying minigame beforehand, which is why we wanted to get as many ship parts as possible before we came here. So we should be able to do really, really well. But I'm assuming this is also a dungeon like the Sea Cube. We'll just have to wait and see. I'll see you in a few minutes. Please go vote in that Sunday poll in the Discord if you haven't yet. Only 1 hour left to go on that. And thank you so much for the support today. We've unlocked a Sunday sub-goal bonus stream, so next week you're going to get to see whatever that new game is. See y'all in a few minutes. Finish of the ads. Welcome back, everybody. How we doing? Just gonna wait for this to go back to the board map so I can pause it. Actually, maybe I'll just let it run, since this is the last ad. Yeah. I had to be super careful with Mario Party 1 because I didn't want the party to end without me watching. Because I would have to switch everybody to human player on the last turn and play the last minigame so that I could get the coins, but we don't care about that anymore. I can just let it roll and then go look at what minigames we unlocked. Alright. Back to the game for another hour. We're gonna go into Upper Mecha Base. It does look very similar to Mecha Base. Oh shoot, I should have saved. That's alright, I'm sure there's a save point once we get inside here. We haven't saved, like, all day. Alright, we are going to go over this tutorial again. So we don't have to steer, we just shoot. Fire their machine guns and missiles. I think it's supposed to say fire at their. A to fire the machine gun, hold the A button to auto-fire. We don't have overheat anymore, so I can use auto-fire. You can also use the guns to shoot down missiles fired by an enemy. You cannot shoot down a ring laser, though. Okay. Continuous use of the machine gun will cause it to overheat. No, it won't. You'll have to wait. No, we won't. Yup. Press B to lock onto a target, then fire the missiles. If you run out of warheads, you won't be able to fire any more missiles. Try to collect the boxes, which will give you more. The game will be over if the health meter reaches 0. Okay. If you enhance the Mech-At, you'll be able to use a barrier. Barriers will automatically block attacks until their numbers are depleted. Okay, cool. Let's do it. I don't really know what I'm shooting at. Okay, we're taking massive missile attacks here because I'm not shooting them down. I don't really understand what's happening. I can't see these missiles that are hitting me. Okay, we've been around once. Yeah, I can't see what's hitting me. It's really concerning. We don't seem to be taking very much damage, but... Like, I get that they're shooting these machine guns at me, but... Ooh, that was nice. Okay, there's the missiles. Okay, we actually got those ones. Man, there's a lot of these guns. Oh, okay, they're coming from above. The enemy's coming from behind. It's hard to tell what I need to shoot. I can kind of tell now, but I had to go around twice. There they are. Okay. They kind of come from weird angles. The way that the missile works is also strange. I feel like I missed that one. All right, there we go. Yeah, it's kind of tricky. The missiles were always coming from, like, directly behind, and you couldn't see them. Alright, so that drops the barrier down. Man, this thing is so Mega Man, is it not? Okay, but now we're fighting, like, the upper part. Oh, God. Okay, that worked. I feel like this would be super hard if we didn't have these upgrades, which is maybe the point. Like, you can probably do this without any of the upgrades, but it's probably really difficult. I don't know how my health goes down while I still have so many barriers. I don't really understand how the barrier system works. It's also cool that the parts, like, fall into the ocean below. That's a nice little detail. Oh, God. Getting clobbered by missiles. I guess the barriers only protect me from lasers. Oh, that thing is a target. Okay, there's a missile I can see. Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Okay, we got it. That was very simple. There was a huge margin for error considering all of our defensive upgrades. Obviously, the offensive ones made a difference too, because it would have just taken way longer. Upper Mecha Base looks a lot like regular Mecha Base on the inside. All right. I'm assuming I can just waltz right back in here. I just need to save. There's not a save point like in this very first room. So I'm just going to go save somewhere on the overworld. Because we have not saved all day long, which is very spooky and bad gamer of me. But we just haven't done anything, like, threatening until that. Alright, so this is slot 4. And we'll call this Upper Mecha Base Open. And we'll just have to see what we find in there. Will it be most of the things that we're looking for? Just one? Please don't make me do the minigame again. You can't be serious. Wow. Okay. That's so dumb. We have to do this all in one go? Wow. Well, I feel really dumb for not saving now. I never would have guessed that that's how this would go. Okay, so now the missiles are coming from way in front of me. Missiles only come out of the little pink things. No. Okay. We're ahead of it now. This is going a little bit faster because I know what to target. Doesn't seem very practical to use the machine gun for this part. Oh, come on. Where are those even coming from? What? Where are these remaining turrets? I'm holding the missile button so that it should lock on to anything that I pass by. It's you. Okay. I can't believe that we have to do this again. That's so weird and dumb. Like, what? How did this place just rebuild all of that stuff right away? Yeah, the machine gun is pretty useless. Like, you can shoot this thing and almost nothing else. And of course I'm out of missiles. I don't know how that happened. I didn't run out of missiles at all last time. Come on. This thing is so hard to hit. I haven't hit any of these yet. Okay, if I shoot down missiles, I get a refill. Come on. It'll like lock onto one object but shoot like 8 missiles at it, which is a huge waste. Okay, I think it's just the center thing now. Oh, no, this one's still alive. There we go. Okay, let me in again. Unreal that we had to do that a second time. There better be a warp key in here. Because if we have to revisit this place for any reason... Oh, there was a save point right here all along. Wow, and I just didn't see it. That makes me so mad. Okay. Well, we'll just save again in the same spot. The Grand Shadow Crystal. Okay. New dungeon. Lots of pipes to examine. Probably no enemies, but maybe. But we do need to explore every single room. Okay, I recognize this layout. Are these new? They are. I gotta make that alert. What is it called? A clawed bomber? Oh, they have high defense. Let's try water. Holy moly. Yep, they don't like water. It works good against most robots so far, so that was my guess. And I guessed right. And we will zorb the rest of these losers. No security lock disengaged. Okay. And I guess I'll just do a clockwise clear of this floor. Are you new? Oh, I didn't think you were based on the name Red Defender, but apparently you are new. Oh, these guys in back I think are new too. Okay, we'll water the back. The old reliable strategy here, water the back row. And then maybe we can just flare us the guy in front and just kill everything in one Kluk action. Our devastating Black Mage. Yep, we say bye-bye to those guys. 1K. And 800 for you. Wow. Kluk is a god. Incredible. Oh, I forgot to turn the AC on. I'm getting very warm. Zola's level still not caught up. Kind of nice how we got kind of double credit there. By fighting those two different enemies at the same time. For the purposes of field barrier. Okay, so I assume that's where we need... So there's still this central room that I haven't checked yet. Okay, I got this. Oh, hello there. Oh, you are also new. Oh, God. Major alteration tail? Oh, that's right, they buff. Oh, they changed the enemy. Whoa. That is wild. I was hoping they would leave one of them alone because I think it's a new enemy type. Hopefully that doesn't change anything. We can do Groundus here. The Rolling Barb, the Chief Rolling Ripper. Squinting Cyborg, what a name. I didn't get to see what the other one was. I bet one is enough, so I'm just gonna send it with one. Give this guy a little tap. Oh, that was all he needed. Whew, 1,600 damage. Our girl is dangerous. Do not be fooled. Oh, there's level 43. Okay, now we need to go up. And then we need to check the northwest corner node. And then we need to check the central room and all 4 hallways leading to and from it. Sneaky pipe. Okay, you're not new. You are. I tried so hard to initiate the battle and I missed like 3 times. I cannot hit all of these guys. Well, I guess I could do water twice. Let me see if 1 Watera is enough. If it's charged. I bet it is. Yep. Dude, Kluk is so good. It's unreal. We felt the pain so much when she was removed from the party. Which I really like canonically. It was tough during because we didn't know how long it was gonna last for. But it really made it compelling in retrospect. Okay, this hallway is still unexplored. Alright, now we need to explore all of these paths. This room is new. And all the rooms extending from it are new. We came in from the north. There's a security lock. So maybe we had to defeat every single enemy on this floor. Okay, no pipes in this hallway. And then we'll check the opposite side. No pipes here. And then south out. There's 1 pipe. 1 pipe. I wonder if I guess I should assume that all of those are doubled as well. Check our blue circles. It's kind of nice to get into a dungeon where we already know kind of the visual language. Not that C-Cube was that much to overcome, but it's just nice. First chest. Oh, no, wait. There was one in the entrance. Okay, Mystery Part Gamma. Found. That's the first thing off of our list of remaining things, TM. Very cool. That bodes well. We're hoping to see 2 black sealed chests in here and 1 ship part. And a warp key. We would really like to use a warp key in here. But the fact that it wasn't in the entrance means that maybe there isn't one. I forgot to go back to Jabral Cafe. I should write that down. For next time, because there will be a next time. We're definitely not beating this game today. We're probably not even beating this dungeon today, but we'll see. Okay, so this takes me back down to the first floor. Alright, and now we want to go this way. Oh! Colorful barriers. Interesting. We haven't seen these in a long time. So we've got a blue, a red, and a white. So this is almost like a inverse of the regular mecha base, which is probably intentional. There's the white. Okay, I do want to go through one of these lasers because the enemy that drops down could be a new variant. This floor looks like a nightmare because there's going to be examinable pipes everywhere. So we are going to need to walk every single one of these paths. And I need to find an efficient way to do it. There's probably a way to get through here without tripping any alarms. Oh, nope, there isn't. Okay, yeah, so I'm just going to completely ignore the lasers and just pay attention to the map to make sure that I don't miss anything. Because this looks like a lot. Oh, you're not new. Okay, this is great, actually. If this is the type of enemy that drops down from all the lasers, then that's actually great. Because then we can just orb them. If it's a big enemy, we can't do it. Okay, this room is actually a dead end. So that's kind of interesting. This probably works the same way as the previous floor, where we have to kill every single enemy to release the security lock. I'm going to see if this is symmetrical. I'm going to go straight across. Looks like it's not. I don't see a door here. I guess if it requires me to go back through the laser, I'm not going to do it to pick up the SP. But as long as it's not the big defender guys, that makes this so much more manageable. Oh, he just came right up on me there. Okay, let's go ahead and check these. That's a sneaky pipe. 1 gold. Activating security. All intruders will be eliminated on this floor. What the heck? Yikes. Wait, what? Hey, we're back on the first floor. It might be because of the laser in the corridor. Is this going to keep happening whenever we set it off? Let's look for a way around the laser. Wait, hold on. Okay, so I wonder if it is a specific one of the many lasers that causes that to happen, or if it's a certain number of them. And then I guess third option is the alarm is tripped for a certain amount of time without... Like, because every time you walk through a laser, I think it re-triggers. So that's probably also a possibility. Oh, dang it. I just walked back to the entrance. Okay, so it teleported me to the elevator room on the first floor. Not the entrance. I gotta go turn the AC on. Burning up. Okay. Don't know why that happened. Wait, am I going the wrong way again? Thought we started. Okay, second floor. Let's try this again. So I vaguely remember where that specific laser was that got us caught. It was basically straight ahead here. So I think we can really quickly rule out it being a specific laser. Because after a certain amount of time passes that you haven't walked through a laser, they stop. And I'm inclined to believe that that might be what it is. See, it says increase there. Okay, so yeah, maybe it's just like a certain number of them consecutively, and you have to take your time. Because you cannot destroy these. They're just there forever. Actually, wait, if I do stealth... Okay, that's what I thought. It was worth a shot, though. But yeah, Jiro saying we need to find a way around the laser. Like, there isn't a way around the laser, unfortunately. Okay, we're gonna go straight across here. And I'm just gonna play it really safe. It's probably safe to walk through like 3 to 5 of them, but... Yo, Pops, what's up? Thank you for the blue dragon. Yeah, okay. That was definitely no more than 3 consecutive lasers, so we gotta be careful. I don't know why he's saying let's look for a way around the laser, though. I don't think there's anything we can do about it. We've never been able to eliminate those before, so... Unless it's the stun bomb field skill, should we try that? We haven't tried that in forever. That would be interesting. Let's see. We would go like this. We don't have it equipped. What would we drop? I guess negotiate. Nope, that doesn't do it. Alright, well, we're just gonna do this one at a time, baby. One at a time. Which really sucks. But I don't know what else to do. Let's see, there's 2 that way, 3 that way. We've been that way before. Okay, we've checked this hallway. This is new. It's also possible that the like increase is still global, and it doesn't matter how many times we wait it out. So there may be like a path through this room that's like the fewest lasers possible, And you have to, like, trial and error figure out what that path is. And take it from the very beginning. You know, maybe maybe you can walk through like 10 lasers and then the 11th one you get kicked out. Yeah, that must be what it is. Okay, so let's keep a count now. Let's keep a count now. This really sucks for the purpose of, like, completion, though. Because even if we clear this dungeon completely, those lasers are still going to be there. We have no reason to believe that they're going to go away, which is the same way that it was in the first mecha base. That's why I'm making that assumption. Okay, so let's see. 1. This one's 0. But then we've got 2 there. But I think this... So that's 1. And then we have a long stretch of nothing here. And then this is 2. But see, we would have just taken 2 walking straight up the middle. What's that blue? I'm going to beeline for that. 3. Coming over here. Bonk. Maybe there is a way to turn it off. 4. Oh, that's just like a little visual detail on that cable that I've never noticed before. Okay, well, here's a new room that we haven't been in. That's something. Oh, what is that? That kind of looks like a way that we might want to go. There's also a big central room to the north. Here's one of these big boys. You guarding this? No. Life Crusher Bracelet. Let's take a look at that. Sounds like another instant kill a specific type of enemy. Yep, living monster. Okay. Alright, these are the same guy. These are not new. You just can't kill them with the Zorb, because they're like a large size enemy. So, we hit him with the double Flaris. He doesn't stand a chance. He might not even survive the first one. Yep, bye. Had to secure the little guy's radius for a second there. Okay, but this is a dead end. Okay, put this back on. That's 6. Okay, so I think 6 is the number. This is brutal. It would be really nice if there was a way to get rid of these lasers. But if there is, I have no idea what it is. It's not releasing all the security locks. It's not throwing stun bombs at them. It's not attacking them. because they're not enemies. Let's try going this way. 1. So this room doesn't go anywhere. We've already been in this room, so this isn't new, right? Yeah, we've already cleared that one out. And then if we go this way... Oh, this is new. I didn't realize we hadn't been this way. Okay. I guess that bodes well. 2... But we have checked these on this side. That's 3, and then we could go up. Or 2 here. I think this is a new pipe. Yep. But not this one. Or we can go this way and take a left. This might be it. 3. Oh, dang it. Nope. That's 4, 5, 6. These are new pipes, though, so... Take one for the team here. Oh, that one triggered on 5. Okay, I thought it was 6. Oh, there's barriers up there. Okay, but I think we're getting closer here. I think we're getting closer. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. We're going to go that same way. And we're just going to change the last turn that we took. So we're going to go this way. 1. 2. 3. And what's over here? Okay, this path is clear. We've been this way before. And then I need to go through one more right here. Yes. And that's how we get over here. Nice. Okay, and actually, if there was a warp key after this, that would make sense. One can only hope. Oh, there's a black barrier here as well. So we needed to go to the C place before here. This is another elevator room. It would be so cool if there was a warp key at the top of this elevator. Eternity Ring. I think we have that full set now. It's not as good as Infinity, but it's still good. But it looks like it's not going to be good enough for anybody to use. It's actually pretty great for Morrow, but it's the thing that's giving him status immunity, so... I think we skip it. And then I think we might want Zola to take this one. I guess they're not actually one-to-one stair step. They're a little bit different. We might have Zola take this one. I think the pros outweigh the cons there for her. But we'll see. Not right now. Brain too small right now. Zola's still not quite caught up level-wise. Eternity Necklace. Okay, let's check that out. Gradually restores MP. Okay, this is kind of cool, actually, because that would free up an ability slot for somebody. Kluk has this necklace, Final War necklace, that I think she's going to keep. But is this better for Jiro? I think this might be worth it, yeah. Because he doesn't have the, or does he have that ability? Let me see. Do they both have that? Yeah, they both have Regenerate MP. But Jiro might have something that he'd rather have. Yeah. So I don't think Kluk has anything that she wants to drop. She's good to go. So that's perfect. So we'll have Jiro drop this ability and swap it for... Distress Barrier could be good. It's very situational, but I think Enhance Item Effect is probably the best overall. He's our double item user, so he's going to use a lot of items. A lot of benefits here. And I think both of those are better than Regenerate HP. Like, that's just kind of a convenience thing. So we'll get rid of that. And now he can equip this new, is it a necklace? Yeah. And now he'll passively have that effect. The poison resistance doesn't do anything because he's already carrying the ribbon, but maybe we can find something... Oh, the ribbon is giving him the extra HP. Okay, well, we're not going to get rid of that on him. But if anything else is increasing his HP... Let's see, this is giving 80. So if we have something that increases magical attack more than 100, we could put that on him here. Oh yeah, this is 200. So yeah, we should give him one of these. He needs... So one of these is more magical and one more physical. This is also better for MP. Yeah, because he'll catch up on the HP. He was overflow on max HP. Has Morrow finally made it? Or does he still have 1 HP plus accessory? He has 2. He's not gonna take this off ever. So this is the only one that we could potentially replace. So if we have more than plus 180 defense on something, which we do not, it's too powerful. It's very powerful. The Kellalon thing does come close, but that's a very specific strategy unto its own. I wonder if everybody has a different Kellalon appearance, like they do frogs in like some of the Final Fantasy games. That would be fun to mess around with and see. Okay, we've checked everything here. Now we can go up to the 3rd floor. Show me a warp key. I would love it. I would love a warp key right here. Pretty unlikely, but... Alright. C'est la vie. This dungeon is very clearly meant to be brutal. You can't warp in and out. Well, if we don't find another save point in here, I'm going to have to manually backtrack to the entrance. Which I guess is not too bad. I'm pretty confident I can remember the path through floor 2 to here. Okay, so we're gonna start. We're gonna do our clockwise run here. See what's going on floor 3. Hopefully, if there's a gimmick on floor 3, it's a different one. Okay, I can zorb you. We've got a different layout, which is very nice. This looks a lot more manageable. Might be the figure 8 design we've seen a couple of times. Bonk. Yep. Okay, there might be a boss in this room. Oh, God. No, not a boss. Just a bunch of really big guys. Try to fight them at the same time. There we go. This will be a little bit faster. Well, this will be a lot of experience. We have to fight these guys normally, so... Jiro, I guess you can just throw up a Zephyr, because not everybody's at full health. And then Kluk can probably just end this encounter. Flaris for the guy in the front. And then water for the boys in the back. Oh, dang it. I went a little bit too far. So they're going to get to act. Goodbye. 1490. Absolutely wrecked. Okay, cool. One of them just wasted their turn, apparently. I'm assuming I need to clear this room, though. So we're going to do it. Nice steal. Let's go like that. Also, final call on the poll. We're going to be ending in a few minutes here, and it's your last few minutes to vote for the new Sunday point-and-click game, which we will be playing next Sunday. I confirmed with the lady. It's happening. So you are choosing a new point-and-click first playthrough that we will play on all the Sunday sub-goal bonus streams until we finish it, just like we did with Grim Fandango and Monkey Island before it. And we're going to start next Sunday. Not 2 days from now, but the week after. I'm very excited. We have curated our 2 options to be significantly more fun and less frustrating than Grim Fandango was. We need a nice, cozy, chill game where we don't have to look everything up. Okay, Kloop got to level 41. That's great. Okay, you I might be able to bonk. No. Okay, we'll just go ahead and fight you. This is probably going to take all the rest of the time that I have just to clear this one room. We've done so few legitimate battles in the last couple of streams because of how effective the field barrier is. It's kind of funny. Alright, this guy probably doesn't need 2 Flarises, but we'll just do it anyways. Oh, now he really doesn't need 2. Oh, never mind. He does need 2. Okay. This guy's very strong. He's probably too big to bonk as well. Like the double axe guys. I'm going to try to stave off this additional ad break, but if it happens, I'm going to play through it. Okay, nice. We got 2 of them there. That was lucky. They would have got me if it weren't for the iframes. I was reaching for the mouse. Okay. Flaris in front. I'm tempted to just use Watera because it's probably strong enough, but I'll be mad if it's not. Once again, lag the real enemy. Oh, he survived that. He must have like 5 HP left. Because I swear we did 1100 last time. And I don't see this as one of those games where enemies have like a range of HP. We can charge up quite a bit here. That's just a hair too far. Actually, this is a good idea. I bet my enhanced items only works in battle. So this would be a good time to restore people's MP with items. And we could actually check to see how much more it does. Wait, is that doing 28 instead of 25? Or 28 instead of 20? I thought those restored 50. I'm confused. Here, let's do this. Let's water the back row. We know that's going to work. Especially at full charge. And then ground us. It won't hit the guys in the back, but it'll take care of the guys in front. Oh yeah, Zola can attack anybody. You can attack this guy. Or you can do the same. This will make sure that Groundus probably kills. Yep, goodbye to you. And hopefully goodbye to all 3 of you. Oh yeah. Beautiful. There's level 42 for Zola. She's still not caught up, though. These guys. They're everywhere! I got so many Star Fox quotes for this room, specifically. I'm trying to group them up a little bit. Can I get 2? There we go. It's just a little bit faster to do it this way, so I want to if I can. There's no world where I get 3, though. Oh, this guy's all by himself. Okay. Defend. I don't feel good about the item strat anymore. Until I look in the menu. He only needed 1. It'd be nice if he just walked into the second Flaris, but it kills it. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Defend again. Just a touch. This will be fine. I'm not going to use magic on this guy. There we go. So much money. God, we have so much money. It's wild. I'm still assuming that we're going to need it for something. There's going to be some weird optional thing or whatever. Secret thing that's going to cost $1 billion. And we're going to be glad that we had it. Alright, ad's trying to come in again. Let me snooze that in a second. Get out of here. Ooh, nice electric fist. That was cool. It's probably always been that way, but it looked new to me. Okay. EXP plus 100. There you go, Kluk. The top of this orb looks like the boss that we fought. in the previous room. Okay, we need to examine all these pipes around the center. It didn't say, like, security lock disengaged or anything. So that might just mean that we need to kill every enemy on the floor, including the ones in this room. Hopefully most of the rest of the enemies on this floor can be done with field barrier. When we're done going around this circle, we're going to exit to the northwest. We came in through the northeast corner. And I think this completes the loop here. Oh, no. One more quadrant. It's weird to refer to it as a quadrant since it's a circle, but... makes sense to me, okay? Alright. Now we can go this way. No precedent for enemies respawning, so I'm not worried about that. Alright, get this back on. Do a pipe check. Boop. Okay, these are all boopable. Boop you, boop you, boop you. Okay, and now we do need to go this way because we didn't walk through this hallway at all. Pipe check. There's one. The sneaky one right by the door. And it's a nothing. Let's go. Okay, now we can go back to the central room and then check the other two corners. This floor is so much better than floor 2. There's probably a few examinable pipes on floor 2 that we missed. But I don't know, man. Unless there's a way to, like, truly turn the lasers off and backtrack, I think I'm just going to leave it as it is. I don't mind mixing in some intentionally missed examinables with the inevitably unintentionally missed ones that there are out there. Because there's no way that I haven't missed something. We've revisited plenty of areas where I was certain that I examined everything and then accidentally stumbled upon another. So I want to do everything in this game, but not to that degree. Not to that degree. Hello? It's really amazing to think how much time you would add to your playthrough by either, you know, refraining from using or, you know, not understanding the field barrier. Obviously, your characters would grow in a different way. You'd be at a way higher level. You'd probably be at, like, level 65 at this point if you had never used the field barrier. You know, if you're manually taking every battle. But you'd also probably be at, like, you know, 20 more hours of game time. Shield badge. I think we have a shell badge, but shield badge is new. Yeah. Raise dark defense and power of shield ability. Oh, okay. And then this one's passive shell. Gotcha. Shell and shield. Very confusing. It's like some of it is the same as Final Fantasy and some of it's not. I kind of wish it would just commit one way or the other. Very confusing. We've got at least one more elevator here going up. Another chest. Ooh, another lay. That's awesome. Okay, well, we're going to give that to Kluk immediately. She's going to have to take a hit on something. Probably the Gem of Jabral. This gives her double EXP, and she's still behind from when she wasn't in the party. So we just want to get her caught up, because I like the idea of everybody being at the same level. She's also our most powerful character, so... it makes sense. Alright, up to the 4th floor. This hallway that we're about to enter into looks wider than the other ones. So maybe this is the end of it. Once again, finding myself in extra innings. Desperate for a save point. But this time, I can't even warp back to the entrance to save. I'd have to manually backtrack. Which wouldn't be that bad still. And I will do it. There you go, Kluke. I wonder if, like... I wonder if she gets 20 from that, you know? Because she's got that double accessory on. Or is it not work that way? I guess if you... the only way to check would be if you knew their experience count at any given moment. And then checked, you know, afterwards. I'm guessing it probably doesn't work that way. But it'd be cool if it did. Be a nice little touch. How about a save point in this room? No, just a bunch of fights. Alright. We got one big guy that we can't bonk. Security electrogue. Is that a real word? Like electrogue with a G-U-E at the end? I don't think it is, but... I know electrode is a word. I'm guessing they're just making a portmanteau of electric and rogue, which is actually pretty cool. That's a very Pokemon tactic for naming something. It's a portmanteau. I'm a massive fan of portmanteau. Might be my favorite, what would you call that? A syntactical device? I don't know what you'd call that. There's probably a name for it, but I don't know what it is. Here, you can just defend. Get him, Morrow. Hit him hard. Not as hard as Kluke, though. Alright, we got one more snooze here. And then the ads are just going to happen. And I will play through them unless something super, super significant happens. Because I need to get out of here. You don't think it's a real word. Electro has more Dragon Quest energy than Pokemon, you think. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I could see that too. How you doing, Space? What's up? I wonder if... I know Akira Toriyama designs the monsters. I wonder if he names them too. Because that would make a lot of sense then. Okay, I can't barrier this guy. Please be alone. I guess it doesn't really matter. Alright, let Kluke go first. Nice. Okay. I'm not going to charge either of these spells to make sure they go off right away. So Flaris up front. And Waterous in back. How's pre-finale part 2? Going great! Like, we're just continuing to get funneled and funneled and funneled and, like, questions answered. It's been really, really productive. I literally made a checklist called Remaining Things that are just kind of like the things that we know about that we haven't seen yet. And we're chipping away at it. We found out that there's these like 5 optional dragon bosses that That's probably going to be the biggest thing that we're still searching for the next time we play. Because this is the last dungeon-like area that we know about, other than where we perceive the final boss to be, which may or may not be a dungeon. Okay, we'll take these guys together. Yeah, that's true. Toriyama wouldn't be the one doing the English names. But maybe the same person? I don't know. Spitball one. Yeah, the 5 dragons will be probably the biggest thing. We have defeated one of them way earlier in the game. It wasn't required, but it was like on the beaten path. And then we found the second dragon, and it's really, really strong, so we scouted it and died to it and went to go do other stuff. And we have no idea where the other 3 dragons are. No hints or anything. Other than that, there's probably one more ship part here. This is our last blinking yellow point of interest on the world map that we haven't been to yet. And we should get that ship part here. We got the black device today, so we went around and got all the black sealed chests. That's the last color. But there's still 2 more black sealed chests, according to the fortune teller lady, who counts how many are left. All the other colors are done. So we're wondering if maybe there's 2 more black chests in here, or maybe 1 here, and 1 in the final dungeon. And then the other thing we have to go on are the warp keys. Every time we get to a new place and we can create like a warp point, we use this consumable item to activate it. And so that number in our inventory is kind of like how many locations are left. And we have 3 of those. And I was thinking there'd be 1 here, 1 in the final dungeon, and 1 somewhere else. But it doesn't appear that there's 1 here. But a lot of things have me believing that there's probably 1 more town somewhere as well. So I'm wondering where the heck that might be. We may have to do just some more manual scouring of the overworld, because we don't have any hints and it wouldn't show up anywhere. But there's not a lot left. There's not a lot left. And obviously we don't have to do all of this. I just want to. Okay, Zola hits 43. Just as Shu hits 44. I'm fine with that disparity, I think. Because how close is everybody else to 44? Actually, no, I'll leave it on her for a little bit longer, so she can catch up a little bit more. Oh, okay. This guy was like the boss of the other mecha base. And now he's been relegated to a somewhat regular enemy. The Soaring Globe. Big egg. Big nasty egg. This guy's probably really easy. I'm not going to worry about it that much. I guess I could have scanned him there and instead of defending. That would have been smart. Double Flaris. We're about to get hit with the ad. I can't snooze it anymore. I'm not going to step away. So it's just going to happen. Sorry. You're going to miss me walloping this thing. This egg. Steal. Come on, Zola. Ah, nice crit, though. Wow. Everybody's so strong. Everyone's doing such a great job. Alright, 2 Flarises might be enough to do it. I don't remember how much HP the last one had, but it was probably around 2 or 3k. It wasn't that strong. Alright, this guy's a little stronger. That makes sense. This dungeon is definitely a little more fierce. We'll scan him. Just for funsies. Attacks with magic while enemy's HP is high. Becomes more powerful when HP runs low. Okay, we need you to die then. He keeps wasting his turn, though. It's a little spooky. Fully charge this. What you gonna do? He's doing Groundus. Okay, that's a little scary. There's the ad. Okay, that's fine. That's not that big of a deal. So full resistance to magic does not mean immunity. we can now confirm. We'll just do another double Flaris. Full charge for free. Nice. I guess a Zephyr here. It's the most productive thing Jiro can do. Take what charge I can get, even though it's more than enough. Huge heal. Alright, he probably dies to these two. Yeah, he didn't even take the first one. Oh, I thought he was going to blow up or something. Just a long animation. Goodbye. 2 more pipes. This next room looks like an elevator room, so I think we're still not done here yet. More chests. Infinity necklace. I think we already had that one. Oh, maybe not. That doesn't look familiar. Defense, agility, MP. Okay, so Morrow is the one to check. Yeah, that's worth it over Gravitic. We can supplement his magic defense under his special accessories. I'll take that. We got anything for magic defense? No, actually, other than the belly button rings, but it's only 5 points. All right, we won't sweat it. Magic attack +1, absolutely to Kluk. Oh, SP +5. Well, whatever. I have been giving all SP to Kluk. We can let one slip by. Defense goes to Morrow. Oh yeah, let me check Morrow's accessories again. He's back at 999 HP. Is his only HP increase from this one? Yes. Okay. Welcome back from ads, folks. You didn't miss anything. Sorry, just still trying to find an off-ramp here. Give attack to Shu. Another chest. There it is. Coding part A. There's our ship part. Okay. And I have a strong suspicion that that's the last one. But we don't know for sure. So this is upper mecha base. And this is this the 3rd floor or the 4th floor? I'll actually find out in just a second here. 4th floor. 4F. Elevator chest. Coding part A. It would be weird for there to be one ship part in here if we weren't going to use the upgraded mechat for anything other than to get in here. So I think it's pretty safe to assume that that's going to happen again. I have a strong suspicion that it's going to be in the final sequence of the game. Come on, 5th floor. Give me something here. Give me a save point. If this is just like another full-blown floor, I'm going to backtrack to floor 1. Oh, this is the top floor. Okay. Okay, we're locking in. We're locking in. Hopefully this is just like a quick boss, or maybe even better, like a cutscene in a chest. God, it's already 8:20. Can't leave my 10 gold behind. Oh, I should also check if this money is getting doubled. That would probably answer the question about the stat ups and whatnots too, because they probably operate the same way. Pipes. On the same token of how much time the field barrier saves, I wonder how much time you'd save by not doing this ever. It's probably actually a higher amount of time. Okay, there's a chest. I bet someone or something is guarding this thing. Oh my god. Okay, I remember this guy. This is a palette swap of the guy from what's that place called? Noluta. Fifth Reflect. Okay, I need to go back to my notes from when we fought this guy, because he did have a gimmick. Oh, that's where that notebook ends? Okay, I thought we had way more disc. I thought we had disc 3 stuff. Okay, let's see here. Oh, I didn't write it down. I thought I did. I thought I wrote something down about that guy. The Azure Sentinel. Yeah, we beat this thing to get the white device. Alright, well, I didn't write down whatever its gimmick was. So we're just going to have to scan it and hit it hard. Which probably won't be a big deal. Steel Giant is a cool name. Okay, he doesn't counter. That's good. Wait, what? Steel? I did not mean to hit Steel. That was a huge waste of her turn. Trap Florist is definitely going to work here. So let's get that up. We're going to fully charge attacks from the boys. This will damage him every time he does regular attacks to any of those 3 people. Regular attack from Zola again. Okay, spell. I think my D-pad betrayed me the last turn. Okay, I'm trying to get perfect charges on both of these. The last guy wasn't, like, punchy like that, though. He had, like, a weapon, I think. Alright, let's see what this is. Oh, okay, that's not that bad. We can deal with that. If that's your best attack, we are okay. Alright, how do you do with 2 Flaruses? Excuse me? Oh, he has Reflect. I'm such an idiot. He did that at the very beginning of the battle. Okay, that was really dumb of me. So we can't use Kluk's magic unless we get rid of that barrier. Phoenix Talon on Zola. And then let's do a Grand Light Crystal. No, that's... Yeah, let's do it. Let's see how good Enhance Item Effect does here. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. So I will try and get rid of his barrier with Jiro if I can. But otherwise we'll just not use magic. And that won't be that big of a deal. Trap Florist doing 449 damage. That's unbelievable. I could have Zola use Zephyr here. But I'm going to lay into him instead. Because she does good damage. I guess I could have Kluk be an off healer here. Do we want any of these supports? Now I'm fighting with snoozing an alarm that's normally going off after I'm done with stream. Let's just use an item here. Let's just use an Ultra Medicine on Shu. That's fine. Great critical. Wow, 800. Oh, 498 is how much he took from Trap Florus. Yeah, Trap Florus is unbelievably good. Keep going, Zola. I'm not worried about this guy. Fully charge. Fully charge. Oop, just missed it. Okay. I'm not even going to bother dispelling his shield. We're doing such good damage. I guess if we have full health on Jiro's next turn, I can go for it. Just to speed up the battle. But I'm not going to prioritize it. I can't believe how much damage Trap Florus is doing. That's so good. It's doing more than our regular attacks. Kluk, why don't you just use a really weak physical attack, huh? This guy's a lot of health, though. We've done a ton of damage to him. Hopefully he's close. Okay, well, here's our chance. Erase? Yeah, we'll try Erase on him. Fully charge it, just in case that matters, but I think that's just area of effect. Luke, you can regular attack one more time. Fully charge. Okay, this is new. Okay, that's nothing. Super negligible. Oh, he reflects Erase. Okay. Fair enough. Well, good thing we didn't have any buffs on ourselves. So you just can't use magic on this guy. I feel like we've done about 5k damage to this guy. Okay. Alright. Please let me out of here. I need to save. I must go. My people need me. Oh, right, but I'm gonna have to examine all these little holes around this room first. No pillars left behind. Oh, these are all like stat up items. Wow. That's pretty cool. We got like 4 of them, I think. Yep, there's another one. It's pretty uncommon to find those like this. I really like the design ethos of these optional dungeons. Like, the rewards are really good. They feel really worthwhile. And there's nothing that's, like, so stupidly hard and unfair that it's, like, mean. You know, this is, like, where I would want the difficulty to be. Especially with no save point in this dungeon. You know, like if they wanted that guy to be really hard, they should have put a save point right outside the door. So it's a good thing that he wasn't really hard, because we would have had a bad time. So many stat up items. Holy moly, they're everywhere. Yeah, I think once we realize that we're like right in front of the final boss, we're just going to use all the ones that we have. And if we can back out and like use the last of our medals, we could do that too. All right, and then we've got one item right here at the center. The Renew Necklace. Okay, what does it do? We have 300k now. Resist all status ailments. Revives the wearer once. Oh my god, it's so good. Wow. Okay, so we could have 3 characters with status immunity. Maybe we give this one to Jiro, and then we give the ribbon to someone else. Because, what are the bonuses here? These bonuses are better for... Well, actually, maybe we give this to Zola. Because she's just behind. On everything. Yeah. This is fantastic. Yeah, she's behind on HP, and she benefits a lot from MP. There we go. Awesome. That's a really good accessory. Holy crap. And I guess we're done here. This is just a dead end. Okay. Perfect. Well, I'm fine never coming back to this dungeon. So, what does this mean? This means the next time that we play, we are gonna, like, comb the earth for, like, a town and dragon info. And if we can't find those things, we might just go straight to the purple star and probably beat the game. We'll see. I feel like the odds are pretty good that we beat the game the next time that we play it. I will have my filler arc game selected and ready to go so that if we finish it really fast next Thursday, we will start the filler arc game right after with whatever time is left. And then also play it on Friday. And then that would also mean that we would play the filler arc game the following week. So we have the potential to get a lot of filler arc game time, which is kind of exciting if we finish the game really at any time on Thursday. So that's Thursday the 19th. March 19th will be the next time we play this game. And that will be day 23. I'm going to sneeze. Didn't have time to find the mute button. Day 23. That will probably be the finale. I feel pretty strongly about it. Unless well, I guess if we find the rest of these dragons and there's like a bunch of grinding that I want to do or something, maybe we do that and then beat it on Friday. Just depends on how difficult they are. But that's all I got for you for now. I need to get the heck out of here because I'm way in overtime. I'm going to raid the first person that I see that is a known quantity. Let's see here. Oh, perfect. We'll raid Eris. Eris is playing FF9, my favorite game of all time. She hasn't started playing the game yet tonight. She's just chatting, which she does a lot of, and I enjoy. Okay, let's start this raid. Get out of this silent prison. Follow Eris if you're not already following. She's great. Big fan. Friend status. And I won't forget to save the game before I close it, I promise. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. But thank you for being here. This was awesome. We made so much progress in the game this week. The roundup was extremely satisfying. We found a lot of really cool stuff. Thank you for unlocking a Sunday sub-goal bonus stream. We're going to be starting our new point-and-click playthrough. Not this coming Sunday, 2 days from now, but the following Sunday. And I believe it's going to be Locomotive. I need to check the results of the poll in Discord. Because we're closing it at the end of this stream. But I'll announce it all on Monday. Otherwise, if it's your Friday, happy weekend, have a good weekend. If it's not your weekend yet, keep pushing. We believe in you. Stay strong. And see you on Tuesday for more Pokemon Coliseum. See y'all later. Let's go say hi to Eris.